We got to show y'all who is who. Because when we say that Billy Carson is an agent, you think we using the word loosely, but we're not. This man is a registered member of the European Space Agency. The European Space what? Agency. NASA is an agency. Guess what agencies have? Agents. So really understand that when I call Billy Carson an agent throughout this stream, that I'm not picking on him, I'm not hating, I'm literally calling the man exactly what he is. He is an agent who is carrying out the agenda of an agency. Now, here's something that you need to realize with that fact, that you cannot carry out the agenda of these agencies and carry out the agenda of our ancestors at the same time. Drop a 1 if that makes sense to everybody in the chat. Because today I'm not going to get worked up. I'm not going to yell and call Billy Carson all kind of B words and PUSSYs. I am going to name call, but I ain't going to get worked up. Now, I'm going to do this with class. Let me sit my... I want to be clear, because a lot of people think I'm hating on Billy when I call him an agent. He is an agent by the very definition of the word. It's not that you calling him an agent, Sanchez, because you hating on him. I'm calling him an agent because he's affiliated and he's a member, a registered member of the ESA and NASA. Two agencies that are siphoning tax dollars out of the people in the form of bogus cash cow programs, man. And people who get into bed with these agencies, they lacing their pockets running the same scam. And I'm going to show you today that that's exactly what Billy doing. He's been a scammer ever since he came onto the scene. So understand that throughout the stream, you're going to hear me call Billy Carson an agent and realize that I'm just telling the truth. Please don't get in your feelings. And I'm going to repeat something that's very important. Billy Carson is an agent who works for an agency called the European Space Agency and NASA. These two agencies, right? If you're a member, registered member of them, let me explain to you what agents do. Agents carry out agendas. Drop a 3 in the chat room if you knew that. I want to teach y'all something today about infiltration, about protecting the community and keeping it grassroots and keeping the agents out. If you don't want to learn that today, log off. Too many people want to learn about aliens and people being abducted and all kind of foolishness out here. No one wants to learn the truth that'll connect them with their ancestors and the problems that got us plagued in these communities. One of them is that we too thirsty for any and all information. We don't know how to screen information to determine what's truth, what is vitalizing to our soul and what's toxic to us. We don't have the spirit of discernment. Now, that's why I try to teach this on my channel along with everything else. One important thing we need to learn, more important than any deep spiritual knowledge, is how to protect this community that we've built, because what the information we've collected throughout this evolving think tank since the conception of what we call the quote unquote conscious community, no matter how much people belittle this community, one thing that we must admit is that this community has been under great attack and great censorship, and they don't do that to communities that are not a threat. Any community that exists, that is a group of millions of people that are coming together for the sole purposes of questioning the powers that be, They will flood those communities with trolls, with antagonists, with censorship. And look at what's happening to these communities, especially Flat Earth. I'm going to show you the hypocrisies of Joe Rogan on this show as well, and how everyone is playing a role in censoring the truth, and the world is sitting back watching it, but you don't see how it's damning to yourself. I want to be clear on something right now, guys. I want to be very clear, because I really don't want to really perpetuate no negative energy and beef with Billy Carson. It's taken a lot of energy out of me because he's such a bad person. He is such a horrible human being. And I don't care what he say, I know he's a devil. It sucks that the people following him don't know, and he has such a big following. They don't understand his agenda. But I'm going to show it to you today, and I got a bunch of receipts, so get ready.
Sanchez cocinando.
I want you to get ready, because I'm going to show it to you today, and you're not going to be able to deny it. I got so many receipts. Receipt number one. When people call Billy Carson an agent, they're not lying on him or hating on him. The moment he registered to be a member of two of the biggest agencies that are a damn enemy to our people, he became an agent. Agents work for agencies. What do they do for those agencies? They carry out agendas. Sanchez, what is the agenda Billy Carson carrying out? Thank you for asking. I'm going to show you today. I'm going to show you that I'm not just calling him an agent. I'm going to show you what agencies that he worked for and the agenda that he's carrying out today, and you'll know everything you need to know about him to be able to determine if you still want to follow him or not. I want to give you something very important with this receipt, though. You cannot be a registered member of these two agencies and carry out their agenda and also carry out the agenda of our ancestors. You cannot do them both. So Sanchez is here to I'm an agent too. I'm an agent too. An agent is somebody with an agenda. And yes, I have an agenda. What's Sanchez's agenda? Sanchez's agenda is to connect you with your ancestors by revealing untold history in the form of ancient cosmology that people like Billy Carson and NASA keep laughing at and making fun of. I'm here today to prove that the Olmecs, the Mayans, and all of the ancient civilizations were more advanced when it comes to the knowings and workings of the universe than Billy Carson and his two agencies. I'm here today to prove to you that the knowledge Billy Carson giving you in the form of aliens and saying that our government don't have the technology to make alien aircraft, that's all a NASA agenda and JPL agenda that came out of Operation Paperclip. This man pledged himself to our enemies, y'all. Operation Paperclip, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. He's an agent carrying out an agenda, and Sanchez gonna show you what the agenda is. But before we get into the Joe Rogan interview, let's go into something else, because I want to show you what the agenda is before we break the video down. And I want to show you why he hates flat earthers so much and why Joe Rogan, the role he play in it. Now listen, what I'm about to show you right now is one of the many agendas that he's carrying out as an agent who's working for these agencies, right? I'm about to show you one of many. So with no further ado, this one is very important, which is why I'm showing you this one first. This one is what I like to call the propulsion hoax. In the 40s, our government found out free energy. They reverse engineered Nikola Tesla's patents. And guess what? The same technology that Tesla had that was such a threat to the world that they had to hide and confiscate his paperwork and destroy his tower and all that. That's the same knowledge that had in Nazi Germany. The spiral swastika that he used was to represent vortex energy. This is the energy that we need, that they're trying to create with CERN to open up a gateway to be able to travel in and out of different dimensional planes. The multiverse is real, and there's technology that the ancestors used to travel to and fro different parallel universes. And this is what they call Vimana technology in Nazi Germany. Hitler created a time traveling machine. And if you think that I'm just talking out the side of my neck, you need to go get my documentary. It's called Nazi Secrets of Time Travel, Conscious AI and Beyond. It's only $20. You need to get that. All you got to do is go to BROSANCHEZTV.com, go to products, and you can go search through them and you'll find it. This is a very important thing because it shows you that this time traveling technology that he discovered in the 40s. Oh yes, people, time travel is possible. If you understand, see, a lot of people don't know time travel is possible because they don't know what the earth is. They don't understand what the earth is. So today I want to beat and teach, but it'll take up too much time because I'm gonna review the first 30 minutes of his Joe Rogan interview for part 1 of this. And but I also want to teach too, so hopefully I can have a decent amount of time because I want to get into time travel. You won't understand NASA's agenda. It's so deep, man. And the thing is, it's a propulsion agenda. The propulsion technology that Tesla created is what the CERN trying to create. It's the symbol of the yin yang. CERN is accelerating two opposing particles. But guess what? Here's the news. It ain't no particles at all. What CERN is doing is basically stirring up the fabric of space-time, creating a vortex like a hurricane. How do you do that? You stir one cylinder clockwise and you stir the other cylinder counterclockwise. I bet you didn't think Sanchez was gonna come and teach you about time travel today, did you? Because I'm about to really go deep on who Billy Carson is. You really have no idea. So instead of me getting worked up, I decided to come with my receipts and show you my thing with him that a lot of people don't know. It's so deep. Now watch this, right? We gotta talk about propulsion because this is what we found out in the 40s. We found out anti-gravity devices. So what we're looking at here is called the Bifield-Brown effect. Some people call it anti-gravity. Let's take a look at it. Some people call it levitation. This is indeed levitation by definition. Up until now, people probably thought I want you to see how this foil just levitated. Because while you look at that, right, I want to show you something real quick. If you look at this whole film that I made, Nazi Germany got anchors where they was testing these, what they call ion lifters. This dude name was Victor Schoberger. He was the father of implosion science. I want you to look at his invention down here, this little wheel right there. You see that wheel right there? See, Billy Carson ain't gonna teach y'all what I'm about to teach you now. If you really want the truth and it ain't just me hating on him, you in the right place today. Watch this. I'm gonna show you a famous picture that we look at of Tesla because this is what people don't pay attention to. Here is one of Tesla's most famous photographs. And it ain't famous because he got a pretty leg cross and he looked good in his little suit. This photo is famous because of the machine in the background. That machine that you see in the background, that is the first prototype of CERN in our time. Yes, that is a CERN machine. Here is another version of it by Victor Schoberger down in the bottom left corner right here. This is creating a vortex just like the water that you see on the left. It's vortex energy. You notice that Victor Schoberger's machine looks just like the flat earth model. Oh yes, people. Victor Schoberger's machine looked like the flat earth model. Now, why don't they want you to know the shape of the earth? Because the earth is a big vimana. Let me show you something. Let's look at the Russians' vimana. Before we even get into Billy Carson, you got to know this because you'll think I'm attacking him for no reason. So Sanchez said, let's try a different approach today. Here is what the Russians was presenting to the world. When he presented this right here to the world, they called him, they started targeting the Russians. Now understand, why is this image so scary? Sanchez, what do you mean it's so scary? Think about it. This is what they censoring me for today. Look, this is what I'm showing y'all today. Look at this. This is the flat earth ancient cosmology. When you reverse engineer it, guess what you get? A vimana, a time traveling machine. Why? Because at the North Pole, time is being created. At the North Pole, the tree of life, time travel is possible. Each of these layers that you see around this blue pole are ages. Time is separated in ages. Time is passing through a medium called the luminiferous ether. Okay, listen to me. When we say time is passing, you got to think of time like a wave in the water, just like a wave passing. Drop a 1 in the chat room if y'all don't mind me beating and teaching today, because we don't just want to talk crap and be immature about Billy. We want to teach why Sanchez, I want to expose it in detail. We're going to be here for a while today. All right, it's a lot you're going to learn today. Now listen, this is what the ancestors said about our reality. They said each of these dimensional planes is an age. Time is constantly being created at the North Pole, just like ripples are constantly being created at the center of a ripple effect. The rock that is thrown into the water to create these ripples is the thing that is creating time. That rock is what we're calling God. That's the Ben stone. That's Mount Meru. That's the stone that the builders rejected, which is Christ, is Chronos, Saturn, the god of time, who splits the ages. He splits the ages how? By making each one have their own ripple. Each wrinkle in time represents a ripple in the effect of Chronos. Do you hear what I'm saying? We don't pass through time. Time passes through us. We are like swimmers in the ocean and the waves are moving through us. Okay? Time passes through us. We don't pass through time. Time passes through a medium called the ether, just like waves pass through a medium called water. And if you want to look at the pattern that time makes as it's passing through this medium, it makes the solar system, or what we call Saturn, the god of time, Chronos. You see how much information I just gave you in just 10 minutes? And I'm not even talking about me being abducted by aliens and shit. But let's continue though. I want to show y'all something. I ain't just gonna beat up on Billy today. I'm gonna change the way I move. I'm gonna teach more than I fight, right? I'm gonna be smart. Let me teach you something today. Check this out, right? Because what we got to realize is this right here. Why am I showing you all this? Each one of these rings that you see is staggered in its rotation. I'm gonna teach you something today. The Germans found out that the key to creating levitation is to create a magnetic barrier, a force field around the thing you're trying to propel and levitate. And you can create that force field by with 2 counter rotating cylinders. And I got a lesson that's gonna teach you that from my documentary, but you gotta let me cue up the part real quick. It's one of these clips. Just give me a minute and I'm gonna go real deep with y'all today. So let's go ahead to that next. Here we go right here. Gravity and anti-gravity can't both exist in the same ideology. They contradict each other. One of the strongest forces in the universe is gravity, and it pulls everything down. It's responsible for holding all of the waters of the oceans to the earth. But gravity will allow for this effect. Gravity is a theory. This effect is a fact. And don't you know that facts can't be defied? Only theories can be defied. When people say that defies gravity, what they really should say is that debunks gravity. Now, what did I just show? I just showed levitation technology. How was that thing able to levitate? By shooting volts through it. And we found out how to wirelessly shoot these volts and project them into an object and levitate that object. And also, we found out how to propel objects via levitation, because all of the elements sit within the medium called the ether. We're like in an ocean, and we can swim in it. An airplane in the sky is no different than a fish in the water. An airplane in the sky. And if we learn how different fishes in the water propel, we can develop technology on the most advanced ones. And what we find is that this is the most efficient way to propel in the ether. And this is called vimana technology. Not only is this the most efficient way to propel in the ether, it's damn near teleportation. This thing phases in and out of physicality. This barrier around it allow it to phase in and out and open up portals to allow for time travel. And this is the technology they was using in Hindu. This is very ancient technology. Now, how is this? It's very simple to create it. How is this technology created? With two counter-rotating cylinders. If you think about what I'm telling you, if you take a big cylinder and rotate one clockwise and take another one beneath it and rotate it counterclockwise, they will create this energy in between them that's called real energy, vortex energy. And if you can keep accelerating that, eventually you'll just open up, a big light will happen. It'll just, a light will come on. No bullshit. And this is the light beam, the Jedi sword. What that is we've just stirred up the fabric of space-time enough to open up a hole in it, to pierce a hole in it. And I'm going to teach you how deep this goes. Just stay with me. It may sound crazy, but the CERN machine is a big drill. It's a big spiritual drill. Why did I say spiritual? Because it's drilling through the holographic nature of our reality, not solid, liquid, and gas, but ether, plasma. And to be able to interfere with the plasma layer of reality, which is the foundational layer, you got to accelerate these two cylinders to a very fast speed. And this is why CERN say that they're accelerating two particles. CERN ain't accelerating two particles. And by the way, let me show you what CERN is doing. It's basically stirring up the ether two opposite directions. That's what the yin yang showing us, how a tornado is made. Let's take a look at this advanced ancient technology. Let's take a look at, let me show you what I mean about two counter rotating cylinders, because vimana technology, what y'all calling spaceships, I'm gonna show you what the real spaceship is and why Billy is up there trying to convince you that he was abducted by aliens. Because the government been trying to hide this technology ever since Nazi Germany, and they did it with the UFO conspiracy, and that's why this nigga's an agent, y'all. Check this out. Here is what the UFO really is. This right here is what they turned into the whole UFO conspiracy. This is the technology that Germany was dealing with. This is what, because this right here is the force field that's gonna go around this vehicle. This vehicle right here is able to create a field around it that allow it to levitate, and I'm gonna go into the intricacies of that science in a minute. This is what CERN trying to reverse engineer. Two counter-rotating cylinders. What are two counter-rotating cylinders? It's called an electromagnetic torus field. What are these two counter-rotating cylinders? The earth plane that we live in. This is our earth right here, y'all. This is the earth we live in. Right here. So if you look at what Saturn is really our earth. They don't want you to know that. They turned the flat earth concept, and this is what was giving you, flat earth. Hitler's swastika symbol is just a vortex. And it ain't his symbol. Everybody had that symbol. They trying to hide it and ban it though, because they don't want nobody telling the truth. And that's why they got rid of him. Everybody came together against him. What does this got to do with Billy Carson? Remember, he worked for the same people that helped hide this from Tesla. Who do you think came and confiscated all Hitler's and Tesla's research? Why did they do it? Because in Operation Paperclip, they found out that Germany can bankrupt all the banks. How can Germany bankrupt the banks? The same way Tesla can, with free energy. Your boy working with the people, y'all. And I'm showing you his agenda because too many times I just been talking, in my feelings, but now I came to teach today. I came to channel my energy to show you why I'm so mad at him. Watch this, y'all. Here is why they don't want you to know the earth is flat. Here is why everybody laughing at the flat earth, because the earth is free energy that you can reverse engineer when you know what the earth is. Hitler was giving your ass flat earth, and look what they did to Hitler. Crucified him. What they doing to flat earthers today? The same thing they doing to Hitler. Remember, these were the same people that was saying how smart Hitler was at one point. And then they censored the man, saying how crazy and dumb of a madman. What he know is so dangerous, we gotta stop him. And all the man was saying was earth is flat, free energy, and time travel is possible. You can't make this up. They didn't want y'all to know that because the banks of the world was still selling energy. They were still selling gas. NASA and the ESA is hiding, bro, they've been robbing us of trillions of dollars with a propulsion hoax. That's what JPL, Aleister Crowley, all these organizations has siphoned the wealth out of the people with ancient knowledge we forgot about. Everybody in debt because of free energy, man. That's what Tesla was saying. Listen what I'm telling you, right? Don't you know that they found out we can propel our vehicles for free, but they still got you paying for gas? This is what NASA is all about. It ain't got nothing to do with space. It's got something to do with propulsion technology being gate kept and damn free energy being gate kept. That will bankrupt the banks, man. That's why they got rid of Tesla and tore his damn tower down. You know why? Because Tesla tower represents free energy. All the Tesla concepts represent liberation for the people, y'all. They represent free energy. They represent free propulsion. They represent multidimensional beings. It's connecting you with the ancestors, not with some nigga and his alien abductee story with his selfish baby acting ass. And I'm going to prove all that today. So I just got to show you the agenda right now, one of the agendas. And I actually gave you two of the agendas, free energy and propulsion. People, that's very important. People, let me tell you something. The nation that thrives in energy and propulsion is going to rule the world. You hear what I'm saying? Nazi Germany had the patents to make them thrive in propulsion and energy. They was gonna change the whole banking system. You got to understand that America was built off selling energy at this time. The new goal was electricity, and Tesla was fighting against the banks. People, we got rid of all the gold. Remember that. Money ain't backed by gold no more. Guess what money backed by? Power. Guess what we say today? Money is what? Money is what? Power, dude. Money is literally electricity. Because if I need to print money to keep the people in debt and for me to stay in power as a government, I don't need the money. I need the printer. And guess what the printer need? Electricity. It got to be plugged in the wall, man. They can't print your money without power. That's why if the lights go out, the money stop getting printed. It ain't about the money, it's about the power. The people that's printing the money don't care about the money, but if them lights go out and that printer don't work, they got problems. Think about what I'm telling you. It then becomes a war on what country can make their money the cheapest, but have their money value the most. How much does it cost to make a dollar versus the worth of a dollar? See what I'm saying? And I can create a big scam and tell people that, hey, it costs me more money to make the money and inflation would happen, when really energy is free and it don't cost me nothing. I'm just kicking my debt down to the masses. You see how big this scam go? Do you see how deep this rabbit hole go? But we ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. Let me show you something about why this man is an agent and what his agenda is. Listen what he say in this interview, and you're gonna see why they got him all over the place. Millions of views on all these big platforms talking about a damn alien abduction story. And he works for NASA, saying he got abducted. Now watch this. I'm telling you the agenda, and I'm gonna beat and teach. Let's go. Make sure y'all like and share this. This is gonna be some of my best work. Don't trip now. Like and share.
So you think you saw an alien spaceship?
Yeah, because back then I don't believe we had the technology to create a ARV, an alien production vehicle.
Now check this out. I got a whole documentary about the United States creating ARVs, or alien reproduction vehicles. See, Billy Carson works with the History Channel. He was on this show called Ancient Aliens. Did you know that? You didn't know that, did you? Look at here, man. I got receipts on the man. I got receipts today. Look at here. Look at here. Known for Ancient Aliens, Anunnaki. Oh, yeah, he got a contract with IMDb. You need to know why I call him an agent. It ain't because I'm hating on him. He's really an agent. If you're going to call, listen, when I say he's an agent, look at what this word say. Agent information. Like, people think when I call Billy Carson an agent, I'm picking on him. I'm saying what he is. He's an agent. And he works with the same people that's trying to steal our ancient knowledge. These people don't want us to know how advanced our ancestors was. And guess what they keep trying to give us? UFO ships. And they keep trying to give us this alien technology while they know what the real alien technology is, and they hiding it from you. Sanchez, what is the real alien technology? Don't worry, I got you today. I ain't come to play today. I ain't come to play. I'm going to show you what the UFO ship is. It's free energy and time travel. It's right here, my friend. It's right here, my friend. You can't make this up, y'all. Look at here. This is the CERN machine. People, we are reverse engineering the real free energy, time traveling technology. Now, people say Sanchez stupid, think we can time travel, but these people will tell you that CERN can travel back in time and see the early stages of the universe, and you'll say that it's cool with them. See how y'all ain't fair? They told you that CERN is a time traveling machine and that we can go revisit the early stages of the universe even far back to the Big Bang. They told you that when this thing get to what they want it to be, it'll represent free energy to the people. Because why? Energy is motion. And guess what the field around this thing look like? This right here. You see this right here? This is the field that CERN is generating. When they say that they're accelerating two particles, they lying to you, man. They ain't accelerating no two particles. They're rotating two cylinders. They rotating one clockwise and they rotating one counterclockwise. And if you think Sanchez came to play today, I got receipts on what I'm saying. Listen at this right here, baby. Next clip. This dude named Victor Schoberger. He created a vimana and he created levitation in his time too. This is what you got to ask yourself. Why the hell everybody's scared of that flat earth looking model? Understand that what he's creating is based on flat earth, y'all. Look at what this man created. and tell me that don't look like what we're calling Yahweh's terrarium. Tell me this machine behind Nikola Tesla don't look like the AE map. People, I'm telling you, they ain't pulling this out of their ass. Tesla didn't just decide one day, ooh, let me just make something that look like this. No, you had to know the earth is flat to make this. The earth is a big free energy machine. Look what's behind Tesla. Look at the circles being intersected by the magnetic ley lines, making this same pattern that the flat earthers are showing you. Our earth is the most technological machine in the universe. It is the universe, matter of fact. And they reverse engineered the universe into a CERN machine. And if you think that I'm lying, here is the ancient concept of the universe right here, people. Let's pull it up. Here we go right here. This is what they're calling Saturn. Now, they reverse engineered this right here. Let me show you what it looked like. Bam. This is what CERN is. The real solar system. We're in a machine. And the two rotating, when they say that they're rotating two particles, that's the sun and the moon that's inside of this machine, y'all. Inside of each one of these rings, there's a sun and a moon. Guess what that is? A negative and a positive, because each ring is its own battery. Yes, do you know how a Tesla coil works? Look at this right here at the bottom. Why does that look like the flat earth AE map? Everybody knew the earth was flat just in the 40s, man. And it didn't take them that, but what, 60 years now to this day to convince us that it's wrong? That's what World War II was about. World War II was about flat earth and free energy and propulsion technology. And what happened after World War II? The goddamn space program, the alien conspiracies. You need to pay attention. What happened after World War II? All of the space agencies formed. And the aliens conspiracies got seeded. Why? Because they wanted to hide this vimana technology. And they turned it into UFO talk, which is why I'm trying to show you about damn Billy Carson and why he worked for these agencies and why he's telling this story. He got to tell you that our government didn't have the technology to make these ARVs, right? But I was in the Air Force and he wasn't. So why is Joe Rogan letting this grifter do that? Why he ain't getting credible people with real whistleblowers on his show? Because they don't want the truth out, y'all. It's an agenda. This will crash the whole world banking system. It's that deep. Flat Earth can crash the whole world banking system. And it'll end all of the propulsion hope and paying for gas, all that. People, you can't make this up. They said that our government don't have ARVs, but what is this right here? See, I was in the Air Force, people. I've been studying this a long time. All of those UFOs that we were seeing in the 40s, man, that was flying saucers. How come every time we see these flying saucers, right, they got military planes around them? Huh? How come every time we see these flying saucers, they over military bases? Look at this. All of these aircraft, they don't teach all about. And if you see some shit like this in the sky, of course you're going to say, man, we don't got stuff like that because you don't know what we got. You don't know what we got. If you was in the Air Force, you already knew we had shit like this. And not even the Air Force, military period. If you know anything about Langley Air Force Base in Virginia, that's like the Area 51 of the East Coast, nigga. This how I know y'all ain't really interviewing people with the knowledge, bro. I had a clearance in the Air Force. This what I'm telling you. Dude, the branch that I was in, the job that I had, it was always rumors about technology the world don't know about. I guarded some of the bases and never looked in them, couldn't look in them. Because me being on the outside is the secret clearance, but you going in there, it's a top secret. So I was one door away from saying what was top secret shit. I was a security for the Air Force, infantry, guard and high profile shit. But I didn't see what I'm saying? If I would have peeped in that door, that would have been, I would have saw something they didn't want me to see. See what I'm saying? And my whole thing was, I always wondered what's in this building that I'm guarding. I'm guarding some shit that I don't even know what I'm guarding. Don't you know it's soldiers at Langley right now? And they are guarding they round these big ass hangars, and they don't know that it's secret rooms and underground facilities in that hangar with technology that's way more bizarre than what they see in the hangar. Go and get my documentary, y'all. I got journals from old soldiers. I got people that was invited into Langley. I'm going into that in this whole documentary right here. You need to check this out. It'll show you why Billy Carson saying what he's saying. They got to sell you the UFO shit, because they're trying to tell you that our government don't got the technology to be able to create these saucers we see in the sky. People go outside and they see weird stuff in the sky, and I know they do, because I'm in Vegas, and when I go outside late at night to take a smoke, I always look up and I see shooting everywhere, especially when it's real late. Man, I'm not gonna lie. People not lying to y'all when they say Sanchez. It's stuff in the sky it can't be human. It is human. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not saying y'all ain't lying. You know, I'm not saying y'all lying. There are really stuff happening in the sky, but the lie is that it's non-human. You think it's non-human because you don't know this advanced technology that came up out of Operation Paperclip. People, they perfected this science right here, and they found out how to propel objects without a tail behind it. Without, you know how a jet going through the sky, you can see a big tail behind it. They found out how to propel objects with clean energy, and they can make them bend a left or right turn, a 90-degree turn with no friction. You won't even feel the resistance. Like if I bent the turn in the car. Yes, people, we got the technology to do that. Now check this out, right? Because I'm gonna play this video for you again, and I'm gonna show you why everybody hating on Tesla, and everybody hating on the flat earth, and everybody that's hating on all these people got to try to tell you an alien story. Think about what I just said, right? The people that's hating on Tesla and the people that's hating on the flat earth are also people that believe in aliens and teach about aliens. You don't see the agenda? Check this out. Here go the agenda right here. Tesla technology was turned into UFO conspiracy. This is why the people that's hiding Tesla technology and paperclip technology from Nazi Germany, they also giving you alien stories. The two go hand in hand. You got to see the connection. The people that's telling you the ancestors didn't know what they was talking about the shape of the earth, but yet they suck them off for everything else like Billy Carson, they part of the agenda. They doing the same thing that NASA doing, the History Channel doing, and all of these folks doing, which is telling you how smart the Mayan was for being able to create a calendar that see into the future, and it's more accurate than any calendar we got. The Mayan did that. And the Mayan made that calendar based on flat earth. Now they got to tell you the Mayan didn't know what they was talking about with the shape of the earth. And when they do that, they also got to tell you, we don't know how they made this calendar. But the calendar works though. Ain't no flaws in it. The calendar is perfect. So perfect that the Mayan predicted the future 30,000 years into the future when they was gone. And they was more accurate than us. Our scientists know that. They tell you that. But then they say, we don't know how they did it. Guess how they did it? Because they knew the earth was flat. They knew that they was inside of a big clock called the earth, and that the sun and moon was an hour hand and minute hand that they call Horus and Min. Min is moon, and the moon controls the minutes, the minutes. The hour controls the Horus. Horus is hours. So the god and the goddess is the sun and the moon, the minute hand and hour hand. And it is not no big secrets, man. This is the yin and the yang represents two counter-rotating cylinders. And that's the secrets of time travel and vimana technology. It's so simple. It's the same science of creating a hurricane. How do you do that? With polarizing winds, polarizing waves, a cold wind, a hot wind. One wind was going this way, the other wind was going that way. And when they passed each other by, they 6-9 like two cars hitting, and they spiral around, make a tornado. That's it. Two counter-rotating cylinders will give you a vortex. That's it. The mama and the daddy are two counter-rotating cylinders. All right, let me show you some. And they open up a vortex to let souls come into the earth. Watch this. I told y'all I'm gonna give you a lot of knowledge today, not just gonna pick on the man. Let me show you something. I wanna show you why this is important. Now check this out. Two counter-rotating cylinders is all you need to open up a portal in time. Now let me show you something real quick. Here is a man and a woman. Now, men and women exist, listen to me, men and women exist inside of torus fields, like what we see here, the electromagnetic field of the heart. Now, let me show you the difference, though. Women, their torus field don't rotate the same direction as the man's. The man's torus field rotate clockwise. We are chronos. We are father time. And the woman's force field rotate counterclockwise because she got the intuitive energy that's trying to take us back to Eden, back to the future, back to our ancient ways and Mother Nature living in one in Eden and to the base reality. Man is trying to move us forward with technology. The woman is trying to move us backwards because her energy is saying man is screwing everything up the further we go in his technological experiments and simulations. Because Earth is a simulation created by man too, man playing God. The woman energy represent going back to how things was. That's intuitive energy, right? That's reflective energy. That's feminine energy. The man is more planning energy, looking forward. What are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to build next year? All right, this is called father time. The man's torus field rotate clockwise. Man himself is the source of all time, or Saturn energy. Woman is what we call time moving backwards. Man is time moving forward. Now, when you take both of these together, you make what we call present time. Where time, actually, you create this paradox where we live inside of this pocket to where you can go forward and backwards in time. And that's called time traveling. And that's what the vimana allowed people to do. And this is what Tesla was trying to create. This right here, people, is a time traveling machine that I'm showing you. This right here. And they created this in Nazi Germany. You take two thin plates and you stick them together and you rotate them on the inside of this shell. And it'll create a field around this thing that will levitate it like a UFO ship. This right here, y'all, all of the we've been seeing in the sky, let me show you how this will look, because I got a clip where I superimposed this to show you how it will look when this thing is flying. And I'm going to show you because this is also a time traveling machine. So if you ever see one of these, it don't look like nothing else in the sky. It travels very high up on the level of the stars, and it looked just like a shooting star, but it is a man-made vehicle. These things travel at the speed of light, and they can be manned. They can be manned because they're essentially they're breaking down the physical, they're breaking down the solid liquid gas into plasma. And once you go plasma, it's like Star Trek when they dissolve into this light beam and they teleport. You can literally, this is teleporting technology. So this machine here will create a force field around it that will get so big, it'll turn into the Big Bang all over again, just a big explosion of light. And that's you opening up a portal in the fabric of space and time, drilling through the very nature of our reality. And once you open that up, it is like a vacuum. It'll suck you right into it, and you'll end up in whatever alternate reality you're trying to go to. This is a time traveling machine, and this is CERN, and it's a form of CERN where we're rotating two cylinders, or what they call accelerating two particles. This was the secrets of the yin and the yang. That's the man and the woman coming together, and they are acting as two counter-rotating cylinders to open up a portal and a gateway in time for that a new soul can enter this realm. Because that's all that CERN is. It's opening up a portal so that we can enter and leave this realm like we did when we was babies. And the light that they see when they open up the portal is equivalent to the light of conception when you was a baby. We did this before. Our mama and daddy were the two counter-rotating cylinders that opened up the portal and the light of conception for us to enter this realm of time, or this wrinkle in time right here, because each of these worlds are simply a wrinkle in this medium that we call the ether. Time is a ripple effect. Time is a ripple effect. And how we get from one ripple to the other one is we drill a hole right through the damn ripple, right through the wall. And that's what CERN does. It's a big drill. So the next time you see CERN, that's what I want you to look at it as. Let's pull a picture of it up. Let's pull up CERN, because I'm finna go deep. Now, I want you to look at this as a big ass drill. A big drill. But it ain't drilling through solid, liquid, or gas. It's drilling through the holographic plasma layer of our reality. The ethereal, luminiferous ether is what it's drilling through. And once it pierces through it, it will recreate the light of conception, or what they calling revisiting the Big Bang. Okay? This is the real UFO ship, and it's built off of the flat earth model and the AE map that I showed you previously, which is why all of these people got a problem with flat earth, because they stealing it and turning it into technology, and they don't want everybody else to know this truth. So what if everybody was doing CERN research? They don't want that, y'all. Now check this out. Let me show you a drill. Look at this thing. And what I'm doing now, I want to get your mind to see what CERN is. CERN ain't nothing but a drill too, but they drilling through different things, right? So just like a boat propeller, watch this. This thing is drilling through water. And just like that drill under the ground, making a big pathway through the ground as it travels under the ground, it's cutting through the ground because it's a big freaking drill. The boat is doing the same thing through the water with its big old drill as it cuts through the water. CERN is doing the same thing on an ethereal level. It's drilling with a lightsaber, right? So what CERN is creating, and I'm finna go if you think I'm going deep now, this ain't nothing, man. This ain't nothing. You just wait a minute. If you think I'm going deep now, that's funny. I'm just starting, dog. Watch this. This is my intro. Watch this. I'm going to show you real quick what CERN is making. This is what CERN is making, y'all. This is a drill. This would allow them to pierce through the ether. Now, this right here is what the mama and daddy is making. Guess what we calling it? DNA. DNA. Yeah. You think I'm that smart to make this up? No, buddy, I'm studying what the ancestors said. And I make collages out of what they said to help you see what they said. Now, CERN is a big drill. And this is what a drill look like. It's DNA. Look at here. A tornado is a drill. Why am I doing this to you? Because I want you to get in your mind how propulsion technology ties into free energy. They're one and the same. And NASA is a gate guard. All of the space agencies are gate guards over this knowledge right here. Propulsion technology and free energy. Because the rockets that they said they trying to make to get us to space are gonna use this same technology, and they're gonna act like they just discovered it. But really, when they come out the closet like they do with everything else, they gonna admit, people gonna realize, wait a minute, the technology we using to travel to other worlds was all of the technology that people in Brother Sanchez time was calling aliens and shit. See, by then, guess what? The Vatican have been told y'all we made contact with aliens, and they're giving us ideas for technology and propulsion. We contacted those aliens you see in the sky, and they told us how to make it. When guess what? Ain't no aliens. It was us all along. It was us all along. Why do they want you to think it's aliens, y'all? That's what you got to realize, because the Ancient Alien series is what Billy Carson was on. And that's his whole alien connection. Like, these are his homeboys right here. This little weird white dude with the funny hair, with all the crazy talk. And what's crazy, black people will laugh at this little white dude, but he say the same thing Billy Carson say. Y'all just y'all tell. All of the Anunnaki alien talk, that's them giving credit, all of this ancient technology that is way more advanced than anything we've ever thought about. They can't let you know humans made it. They can't let you know this is the same Tesla was trying to tell them we can make. Why they don't want you to know it? Because they want to monopolize it and control it. They don't want it to be universal. Did you know that Tesla created this? Tesla was making this same. Let me show it to you. All you got to do is research the Nikola Tesla flying saucer. Guess when Tesla was doing this? Around the 40s. You don't realize that the technology that made Tesla such a great man was the exact same technology that made Nazi Germany so scary to the world, which is why they attacked Tesla's patents the same way they attacked Germany's research. This was all taking place during paperclip. People, how come I'm showing you now right here? And guess what's crazy? This from goddamn Billy Carson's website. Oh my God! This is Billy Carson's website. Forbidden knowledge. How the man gonna tell you it's a UFO ship if he know Tesla made flying saucers? If Billy Carson do just a little research, he'll know that the Tesla Tower is the original UFO ship, because we didn't leave the earth by getting into ships and taking off. We leave the earth by going into big ass buildings, which this building is a big ass antenna. See, what they not telling you is that around this Tesla's building is a huge vortex and a portal that's opening that will allow one to time travel. Tesla's tower is a Vimana ship. This building is a time traveling building, y'all. I'm telling you, Tesla wasn't inside of that building playing little magic tricks. They teaching you the wrong shit about Tesla. Tesla was fascinated with time travel, y'all, and they don't tell you that. The vehicle Tesla was creating was a time traveling vehicle. He was trying to recreate the Hindu Vimana. So was his. That's why the swastika is a vortex. That represents an open portal, which allows for time travel. The swastika is literally no different than the crown chakra. We all got, they reverse engineering our technology, which is why I'm showing you this little mushroom man in the top right. Here is what the vortex is. Here go Walt Disney standing in front of a CERN machine. Look at that, the flat earth model. Walt Disney, it said that he got portals up under this. Some of these folks ain't like us, y'all. And we think that they're aliens and archons. They are just advanced humans from Egypt, from ancient Samaria. They still living on the earth. They cheated death. Now, if you can believe Billy Carson's story of ancient aliens and him being abducted by green men and all that crap, how you ain't gonna believe my story when everybody telling you what I'm saying is right? Because everybody said that the Mayans were time travelers. And if the Mayans were time travelers and the Egyptians achieved time traveler, they cheated death. Guess what that means? The Mayans and the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Sumerians, guess what? They never went anywhere. They never vanished. Guess what happened, y'all? They still on earth right now with us, blending in. Think about this. If we start time traveling right now, and we go back to the 1400s, bro, you gonna have to blend in with everybody. What am I telling you? Time travelers are secret societies because that's part of the Galactic Federation. Why? By default, when you become a time traveler, you initiate yourself into a secret society. Because time traveling is a secret. And it got to be. Why? To maintain the integrity of all these different universes. You just can't go around when you time traveling saying, I'm a time traveler, look at me, and look at, I'm from this world, and look, here go a Mountain Dew. Look, this is, no, if you do that, you're gonna mess it all up. Because each universe is a piece of time frozen in time that we can't bring things in our time to that time. Because then it'll blur the waters and every universe will look the same. But the times is separated. And when you become a time traveler, you got to keep these ages separated. You can't take from our time and take it back to that time and start doing, they made laws for this shit. There's a galactic federation. So everybody that's time traveling, you ain't gonna know who it is. You ain't gonna know, because it's a secret society. Even when you start time traveling, you gonna have to be part of the secret society too. That's just a rule. That's like the Geneva War Conventions. Every soldier got to follow the rules of combat, the good ones and the bad ones. But we still fighting to wake people up and let them know, hey man, you can time travel. Yeah, we initiating you like Neo and the Morpheus. We don't just go into the Matrix and say, hey everybody, it's a Matrix. Because they just gonna laugh at you and crucify you. So you gotta keep it a secret. Because the moment you bring it up, guess what? They gonna say, time travel. No one gonna take, you just blew your cover. This have to be a secret initiation. And you can't go to everybody. It got to be the people that we know with open minds that's ready to be unlocked into this secret society. And I'm telling you that what you calling reptilians and archons are just humans like you, man, that have activated their pineal gland. And once you activate your start being multidimensional, traveling back and forth to these alternate universes, you got to shut the hell up. Why? Think about this. If you go into the future and you see one of your loved ones about to get hit by a car, you're going to want to come back and tell them, hey, man, I'm a time traveler. I went into the future, and if you don't do what I'm saying, you're going to get hit by a car. I saw it, you know. And what'll happen is you will now start to manipulate events in this reality based upon your time traveling. So this is what I'm telling. Listen, people, if you can believe Billy Carson, you can listen to my research. It's rules with everything. All of us agree that the ancestors had achieved some very advanced abilities, time traveling being one. It's possible. Now listen, if and when and we will achieve time travel, it won't be, there will be very strict rules when we cross over. You can't bring the 2000s into the 90s because guess what? We'll lose the 90s now. Now, if somebody want to come and visit the 90s, they can't visit the 90s no more because you just changed the 90s. You took iPhones and Xboxes, Drake music to the early 90s when it didn't exist there. Now, when people go to the 90s, they not seeing the 90s. They seeing the 90s and what you brought from the 2000s. This is why there are strict rules to time traveling. The only thing that we are allowed to bring over to the other side is our knowledge and our information. That's why when we die, we can't take nothing with us. Because death ain't nothing but us continuing to travel through portals in time. Based on the mom and daddy being two counter-rotating cylinders. So I got to show you the agenda. And that took the first hour. Because most people listening to Billy Carson, they'll say, why do they keep interviewing this man and his alien story? It's deeper than his alien story. They got to make you believe in aliens. Otherwise, you would know the truth that it is our government that's making these flying saucers, that's making this technology. This is our government. And they're hiding it right in front of your face because where else are they going to test this stuff? They got to fly it somewhere, and every other, and it's hard to fly this stuff in the sky over all these big cities and not be spotted, especially when you working on it at these big military bases in these big populated areas. So how do you hide something right in people's face that you want to keep secret? You come with a conspiracy, and we see every news channel promoting the alien shit now. But everybody talking about they don't like conspiracy theories. How you don't like conspiracy theories, but that's why you censoring flat earth. But Billy can go and talk about alien abductions and people will take him serious while his baby acting ass get up there and cry and say the flat earthers are picking on me. They letting this big baby go to all these big platforms and cry and tell everybody his little alien story and say the flat earthers need to be shut up and silenced so we can listen to his alien abduction story instead of somebody telling you how the earth is a big ass Tesla coil. Which one you rather learn about? That the earth you living in is a big Tesla coil? Look at what Tesla, the machine behind this awesome man. And look at what the earth is. The Tesla tower is, you can't make this technology if you don't know the earth is flat. How you think the ancestors was time traveling? Because they knew that the sun and moon was the mom and daddy. What is that? Two counter-rotating cylinders. That's gonna open up a vortex. Check this out, right? Let me break some down to you with this, what I'm teaching you right here now. Check this out. Here go the Hebrew universe. Now check this out, right? You see the sun and moon going around this little pole in the middle? Guess what, y'all? The sun and moon are two counter-rotating cylinders. Basically, the sun and moon are acting like two polarizing winds that's creating a tornado, and that's how the vault of heaven get open. You see this hole right here in the top? That's a vortex opening. It's no different than this right here. You see this vortex right here? Let's open this up, big screen. You see this? This is what's happening on the earth, y'all. This is why they want to silence me. I want you to look at the technology. This is a patent, y'all. This is a patent right here that a man named Victor Schauberger made in the 40s. And yes, Schauberger, damn it right, he's Germany. He's a probably a paperclip scientist. Not all paperclip scientists were evil. Some of them sold out their information to NASA and the Americans. And some of them was independent Germans that was just telling people the truth. Facts. They was written out of history. Schauberger was one of them. I can give you another one right now in my calendar right here. Wait a minute. I can give you another. He was a German guy. His name was Professor Foster. That white dude right there. There were plenty flat earth physicists and scientists, and now they act like they never existed. Look at the symbols of this patent. I'm gonna show you how old this technology is. Remember, Moses was a Hebrew, right? Watch this. Watch this. Moses was a Hebrew, right? Look at the symbol of Moses, y'all. Look at the symbol of Moses, y'all. Let me show you something. If you look at the symbol of Moses, and if you look at what CERN is creating, this is the secrets of the wise man. Look at this. Look at this here. Let's pull it on up. Let's pull it up, man. Let's pull that up. Hold up. Okay, so they won't let me pull it up that way. I gotta download it. Fine. Check it out. This is the Moses symbol. This is how do you think Moses was able to split the water? People, they don't want you to know that our ancestors were very advanced and very technological. People, the further back we go into the past, the more advanced technology get. And this is why they came with the ancient alien theory. Think about what I'm telling y'all, because I'm showing you the agenda of this goddamn agent called Billy Carson. You gonna think that I'm calling him that to pick on him. I'm showing you he's an enemy of the ancient truth. He's a horrible human being and the very definition of a damn sellout. He know the truth, but giving you the lie with the liars. Listen to me. CERN is all about reduplicating Kundalini energy. Check this out. Look at the symbol right here in the top right corner. Please do that. Look at where my mouse at right here. Look at this symbol in the top right corner. Don't that look familiar to you? Don't this symbol look familiar to you? Yes, man, that's the Moses staff. Look at this Moses staff. And look at what Victor Schauberger showing you. You see this? Victor Schauberger is showing you the secrets of Moses. How do you think Moses made the water move aside? With a vortex, y'all. Look at what he's showing you in the bottom left corner. Moses pierced a hole through the water by stirring it up, and he created two pillars in between them. So where else do we see the two pillars at? We got images of Moses splitting the two pillars. And here go the two pillars right here, people. All you got to do is research Vimana technology. This ain't nothing but the flat earth right here, reverse engineered. This tank ain't nothing but the flat earth terrarium that we in. What you think this is? They calling this a UFO ship, but really it's the flat earth, y'all. The people that's promoting UFO are also dissing the flat earth. Y'all can believe in aliens, but you can't see the truth about your goddamn universe. You don't see that the people everybody ridiculing got the truth. You gonna go with the majority, and we know all them sheep are being led to the slaughterhouse. You ought to look at the people that they silencing and say why they don't want them people to talk. Them people must be saying something. Everybody else saying the ancestors were aliens. Man, the ancestors were very smart humans. We think they aliens because we so damn dumb today. We don't think that a human is capable of making such technology, but we think a damn God is, or alien is. See, they'll give you Moses and you'll believe that. They give you Jesus and you believe that. They give you Anunnaki, reptilian, and alien, you believe that. But if I give you, hey, smart ancestors that didn't dumb their children down in the education system, they laugh at that. Ain't no way humans could have did that, Sanchez. We believe in everything but ourselves. We believe in everything but ourselves. We believe in everything but ourselves. We believe aliens can do it, but we can't. We believe Jesus can do it, but we can't. We believe Anunnaki can do it, but we can't. We believe reptilians can do it, but we can't. We believe Satanists can do it, but we can't. We don't believe. If we had this amount of belief in ourselves, that'll be showing us the power of belief. That's the kind of belief that'll do more for us than make churches and mosques and have us believing in other things outside of ourselves. Because the best thing you can tell a child is to believe in yourself, son. But you know what you tell them? Believe in God. You know what you tell them? Aliens built the pyramid. How a child gonna believe in themselves as a human if you don't never show them no godly great things that humans did on Earth? And what can be more greater than achieving time travel and immortality? What can be more greater than vortex technology? This is literally the height of all technology. Opening up a portal in space-time. That's what CERN is. It don't get more technological than this. And if you tell me that ancient people was able to do this, I will see how great humans always been. But they want you to think we just now figuring this out with the CERN machine, when they literally stealing this technology from ancient cultures who was using it before them. Now look at what Victor Schauberger's showing you in this collage right here, because this is what the Hindus said about the universe we live in. You got to open your eyes, man. Let me show you something so you can see it real quick. Show you something real quick. Hold up. Check this out, y'all. Look at this image right here. Look at how they wrapping. Look at the wrapping of the energy around the pole. Pay attention to that. Now check this out, right? Look at this collage again. You see what Victor Schauberger's showing you right here? That is the Earth we live in. You see this? What's happening at the North Pole is an implosion. It's a black hole in the middle of the Earth. Like you see the black hole in the middle of this bowl right here. You see this? Everything right here is based on flat Earth. In the middle of our Earth, there's an implosion of energy. You see what I'm saying? And that implosion looks like a vortex sucking in the energy at the center, just like this. You see this? This is what Victor is showing you right here. He's showing you that. Our Earth is one of these. All the water in the ocean is doing what you see right here in this bowl. It's forming a vortex around the North Pole. And that's what I'm telling you. This is implosion science. And when we talk about torus fields, because there's an implosion, there's an explosion. This is called cause and effect. The implosion creates the explosion. You want to see how that look one more time? Like this. Because there's an implosion at the middle of this bubble where all the energy is being sucked in to one fine tight spot, then the energy got to expand again, and it do that by when it expand around the thing. So the energy is flowing through the field and around the field. Why? Because it's an implosion and an explosion happening at the same time. Something is giving something and something is receiving something. That's man and woman. The vagina is receiving something. The man's is giving something. So if you look at this image, you can see a penis going into a vagina. They call this magic. They call it sex magic. You will see a pole being driven into a hole. And the pole that's driven into the hole is right here. This is how you was born. Check this out. The mama and daddy are two counter-rotating cylinders. When they come together, they form a tornado, and that's what you are calling DNA. Your DNA ain't nothing but a beam that's allowing your soul to have a bridge to the earth. Look at this beam, look at this laser beam right here like a bridge. And your consciousness walked across this bridge to make it from the ethereal realm into the earth realm. That's how your soul get into the body. Your mama and daddy built the bridge for you. And that bridge is what they're calling your DNA, your gateway, your pathway into the earth. And once again, I made a collage to be able to illustrate this concept to you, and I'll pull it up for you for your convenience one more time. Here it is right here. The mama is the 9 and the daddy is the 6. The number of man is 6 and the number of woman is 9, the feminine, okay, the feminine. And when you put them both together, you get an hourglass. Do you see the hourglass that the 6 and the 9 make when they have sets? When the 6 and the 9 come together, they make the number 8. And that 8 is the Ouroboros or infinity. Long as the 6 stay stuck to the 9, infinity will happen, which is the number 8. Let me show you how it looks. Here go the 6. Here go the 6. Here go the 9. When you put them together, you get the number 8 for infinity. The 6 plus the 9 will give you the 8. The 6 is the man, the 9 is the woman. This is what creates the tornado of time. Now check this out, y'all. They reverse engineered the DNA into a beam. That's all your DNA is. It's a beam of light. Where did this beam of light come from? Where your mama and daddy opened up the gates to allow your light to shine into the earth realm. So this is the Vesica Pisces. Let me show you with Jesus Christ, right? This is why Billy Carson getting paid to teach y'all. Think about what I'm doing, y'all. Look at this. What does this say? Was Jesus an alien? I'm breaking down to you why Billy Carson is a fucking agent. You think I'm hating on the man. I'm showing you his agenda, and I'm being very detailed. Why does Billy Carson got to go on the big platforms and try to make y'all think Jesus is an alien? Okay, that go to my next part. This is why they trying to make Jesus an alien. Jesus is telling the story of all of us and how we all got to the earth. Jesus is a personification of a fallen God coming into the earth realm, which is what all of us are. That's all of our story. And they don't want you to see the greatness in yourself. But check this out, y'all. Look at what Jesus represent. The Vesica Pisces represent a baby being born. This represent the light of conception. These two, you can't have the Vesica Pisces without them two circles coming together. And guess what them two circles represent? The mama and the daddy. See, why don't they show y'all this? Because think about it, NASA and the Vatican work together. They got to give you God and the devil, not yin and yang, not mama and daddy. This is the religious deception. And that's what Billy Carson coming with. Check this out, y'all. Here is what the Vesica Pisces is teaching us. How the mama's energy field come together with the daddy's energy field. And since they both are two counter-rotating cylinders, they open up a hole in the fabric of space-time to allow someone's light to shine into here. And that's how a baby get in here. Look at here, y'all. Ain't that beautiful? See, what if we were sitting around every day on these big platforms talking about stuff like this, instead of a dude being abducted by aliens, instead of a dude trying to convince you Jesus is an alien? What's the point? What's that's gonna do for me? Okay, Jesus is an alien. Now, how that's gonna help me feed my children? Okay, you got abducted by an alien. Them motherfuckers ain't came to the hood to see me yet. Ain't none of this serving y'all. Ain't none of this serving the agenda of the people. It's just making him and Andrew Schultz and all of these agents rich. They all making big dollars to tell stories, just like the church doing with Jesus. It's one big religion of believing a person. Billy Carson is a modern prophet for the church. The prophets told their people that they left the earth, that God, this is what the prophets did. They said that God came and got them, like John of Patmos, and took them away from the earth. Go read the Bible. Every prophet will tell you, I met God. That's why you need to believe what I'm saying. That's why my voice gets more authority than your voice. You ain't met God. All the prophets in the Bible walk with God. Even John of Patmos ascended up to heaven in the flesh. This gives the prophets authority to speak to the masses, and it gives them authority you don't have. But what if you found out they was lying to you and God ain't got favoritism? If God want to say something to us, God would tell all of us instead of come get some favored men and just show them. This is how the church established itself. By convincing some people, I left the earth. An advanced being came and took me somewhere you ain't go. Therefore, you shut the fuck up and let me go talk everywhere and draw crowds about what I saw when God came and got me. And that's what Billy Carson is, a modern day prophet. Not in a good sense, in the old church colonial to colonize your mind and indoctrinate you sense. So what is giving Billy Carson so much authority to speak? His experience. I mean, the man was abducted by advanced beings. Surely he got to be smarter than all the rest of us. Surely if anyone is qualified to tell you about the ancestors, it's a man that was abducted by aliens. Why, Sanchez? Why does it take a man that's abducted by aliens to be the spokesperson for the ancestors? Well, it goes back to something I told you earlier about him working with the History Channel and Ancient Aliens. They can't let you know humans did all this stuff. They got to let you think aliens did it. Look. Why is the man, think about, y'all ain't never thought about this. How come the most qualified people to teach us about the ancient world are all pushing the alien shit? This is the last stand for the space program. They're desperate, y'all. They're desperate. They can't let it be known that humans have been advanced for a long time, because then you'll realize we are in a simulation right now that people in ancient Egypt built. That was trying to play God in the past. They built the Babel Tower That's the earth realm that we're in. They don't want everybody to freak out and trip out, and they trying to maintain order and control and siphon the wealth out of the people. So let's give the credit to aliens, which is a lie, because we can't let them know how great their ancestors were. They're gonna laugh at your damn ancestors in front of your face while reverse engineering the secrets of your ancestors and closed doors. Boy, that's cold. That's cold. These people is laughing at, and if you think I'm done, I'm just beginning. I'm about to show you how Billy Carson gets his money through NASA.
Oh my God!
Nigga, I got receipts today. I didn't come to play. Look at this right here, y'all. Let me show you something. Here is what Nazi Germany was teaching about. They call it a vimana. Guess what? When Nazi Germany was teaching about this, they formed the UN to shut them up. And people look at what we teaching about today, the flat earth. And guess what we made them do? Form a digital United Nations to shut the flat earth up. You can't make it up. All of the social media platforms, even the ones that hate each other, are working together to help censor fake news. But when they say fake news, they might as well just say flat earthers and jab deniers. The people that's telling you be careful what you let them put in your body, and the people that's telling you they lying to you about what you are and where you are. How do you control a person? By terraforming their DNA with stuff they don't know you're putting in them, and by lying to them about their environment. Why? Because we're a product of our environment. What we think about our environment is what we think about ourselves, and perception shapes our reality. And if someone trying to shape your perception of reality, then yes, they will lie to you about the shape of the earth, especially if you consider everything I told you previously about the reasons they got to lie. It'll collapse the whole banking system. And by the way, people, flat earth is very censored. They will not allow me to be monetized. If this channel was monetized, I would be making $10,000 a month off this channel alone. That's how much money I'm leaving on the table just to be able to talk to you the way I'm talking to you now. So I'm not going to ask you too many times, but throughout the show, I will say that if you appreciate my passion, my research and dedication, to hit the Cash App that's pinned to the top of the chat room. And I need my moderators to keep dropping the links so they can support me in the various ways throughout the show, because if they don't, then we're not funded. All right, we don't get to make $80 million a day like these agencies, and they just lying to you. I make pennies to tell you the truth and to do real work and meticulous research to be able to come to you with these revelations. Now check this out. Here is what he was teaching the world. This is the vimana. This is what the Germans had. And guess what, y'all? I want to show you something else too. Watch this, because you're going to think I'm making this up. There was a man called Noah who had an ark. And if you look at Noah's ark, guess what you will realize? It's a fairy tale. Noah's ark ain't nothing but a vimana ship. Now take a look at the vimana and take a look at Noah's ark. Everybody know Noah didn't exist. The ark is the earth, y'all. The ark is the arch of the covenant. That's the goddess Nut. Noah, right? His ark, him sending the dove out the ark, is the consciousness leaving the quantum computer. Noah's ark is a quantum computer. And I know what I'm saying sound crazy, but think about this. Here's a collage here. If we talking about the Big Bang, right, then you got to explain this, right? I got a theory that tie all of the theories together, and it make everybody truth make sense. Everybody teach that the earth come from a Big Bang, and I agree with that. But they also teach that the earth is a simulation, and if that's true, that means that the earth is a big computer. You can't have a simulation without a computer. So what I did, I said, why everybody arguing, why can't it just be both of them? Why can't it just be both? That's what syncretism lets you do. See the unity and everything. Now check it out. People are saying if the earth is a big bang, it's the result of the big bang, then it can't be a simulation too. That's the little argument that you will hear. I'm saying it can be both of them. Because if you look at the big bang and what the energy looked like when it releases itself from a big bang, it looks like a quantum computer. Look at this.
Oh my God.
How come it can't be both? Because the quantum computer is literally your spinal cord, dude. I'm telling you that the thing that is computing inside of your body is the central nervous system. You hear me? Your consciousness is inside of your spinal cord. This is the real Babel Tower. This is your Babel Tower right here. This is where we're having the life experience at, this spinal cord and the brain. The spine is a quantum computer. See, really, our consciousness is inside of our spinal cord. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's why the Pharaoh made this image. The Pharaoh was trying to say that you are inside of your spine. Now, guess what the word spine means? Span. Oh, did you get me? The word spine is the word span. A spinning pattern is a spiral pattern. What you talking about, Sanchez? Look at this image right here. What are we doing with those copper cores? Look at the clouds around that mushroom tree in the middle of the Big Bang. They are spinning around it. They ain't just staying still. Each one of them clouds is turning around, dude. It's spinning. The span is the spine. You hear me? Because the consciousness is what we're calling Kundalini. This right here represents Kundalini energy. Check this out, y'all. Check this out, y'all. They have reverse engineered the energy of our soul, brothers and sisters. And they want you to be part of a religion. If they was concerned about people starting cults and belief systems and fake news, they would shut down all the churches and mosques, y'all. If they was worrying about people being influenced by beliefs, they don't care if a person believe in a talking snake, but they'll censor you for telling them the earth is flat. They don't care if a grown man think that a man walked on water, but they'll censor you for saying the earth is flat. They don't care if a man believe in a God that tell him if he kill another man, he gonna get 50 wives by Allah, and he'll strap bombs up to his children and let them blow you up. And we still building mosques in America, even though we know religion is toxic and creates some of the most evil people that's done the most evil things in the name of God under their indoctrination. If they cared so much about people being influenced with bad behavior by fake news and bullshit, they will shut down Creflo Dollar. They will shut down TD Jakes. They will shut down and that's saying I was abducted by aliens. Therefore, you need to listen what I got to say. Ain't no proof of aliens other than people saying that they was abducted. And that's the only proof of Jesus. People saying that they had a relationship with him. This is a gospel. It's a gossip-based religion. He said, she said. Your true spiritual system was never based on gospel and gossip and he say, she say. It was based on what the Bible told you to do in the beginning, which was prove all things. Prove to me that aliens exist. And you can't prove it to me with a story. You got to prove it to me with an experiment, son. Because if now we into believing stories, that's just another religion. That's just another religion. And that's what they're allowing Billy Carson to give you while calling flat earth a religion. While calling flat earth a cult, he's literally joined a cult. He's literally part of a cult that wear a serpent tongue, and their agenda is to hide the ancient truth from the masses and keep us dumb the fuck down. You can't even have Jesus coming up out the vesica Pisces without the mom and dad. What do you think these two circles are that's intersecting? Those are two counter-rotating cylinders telling the story of how you entered the flesh, how you entered the world. This is your story that they got you believing into some God. Get up off your knees and stand up on your feet, because the children that we're gonna need to carry this fight, when we gone, they ain't gonna be able to do it on their knees, brothers and sisters. Sister, let me tell you something, people. We can't be gods and servants, brothers and sisters. We gotta pick one right now. Either you're gonna rise up into your responsibility as a God, or you're gonna keep these churches open being a servant. And we gotta decide that now. Everything we praying for is already in us. Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within, and that ye are gods. And Jesus wasn't a Christian. He was a God, and he told you you was a God. So what your pastor telling you? If he telling you a servant, remember Christ didn't tell you that, and Christ was never a Christian, and Christ didn't belong to no church. Now check this out, y'all, because NASA and the Vatican work together, and the new Christianity is gonna be alienism, Raelism. That's what it was all based upon anyway. Men saying they was abducted and they went up to the heavens, and now that make them anointed men, appointed anointed men. And these anointed men in the biblical days, they drew crowds everywhere they went. They was given a platform to speak. This was the roots of Christianity, created by the early church Pharisees and Sadducees, which were the old day prophets. They passed judgment on the people, but no one can pass judgment on them. No one can challenge and question them. Why? Because God chose them. God came and brought, bro, you don't challenge a man of God. It's still like that in the church today. It is like that in the church today, y'all, in the South. You're not gonna be debating no deacons and pastors. That's disrespectful. And they never wrong either. Now check this out. They tell us in the South, these are anointed men who have sat with God. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you heard that before. I want the world to see how common that statement is. They gonna think I'm making it up. But I know it's some people from the Bible Belt in here that's finna drop hella ones. If you've heard that term before, these are men of God who have sat with God. Drop a 1. They used to say that a lot in my church. These are the men of God, these men who sat with God and who's gonna bring the word. They'll say that. They'll say, these are men who sat with God. Y'all ain't sit with God, they did. Now, when I was in the church, I didn't think none of that. Like, yeah, God came to give them a message for us. We should listen to them. And then when I started growing up, like, wait a minute, why God didn't come to me though? Think about it. If the message is so important that my soul can burn in hell forever, why don't you deliver that directly to everybody, God? God, you can't be outsourcing that message. You got to deliver that one directly to everybody equally. This is a matter of life and death. Now check this out. If the aliens were so real and they wanted to make themselves known to humans, why would they go to a few little humans and have those humans be the spokesperson for these advanced beings? You know, Billy Carson and all them. because the job of the old day prophet was to prove that God is real. And how did they prove it? By telling their story. And when every prophet told their story, they put all of the prophet stories in a book, and that's how we get the Bible. It's the story of all these prophets' relationship with God. So the story of how God behaves, the knowledge of God and all that is being told through a third party, not directly through God, but through the prophets. The aliens will never come speak for themselves. They will only do it through Billy Carson, y'all. Just like God in the Bible. And just like the prophets in the old days, the prophets wore all white, and the prophets said, we are the only ones that can leave the earth and go up to the heavens. Don't that sound familiar? Don't that sound familiar? Who does Billy work for? The modern church religion. Check it out now. Here go the modern dudes that are wearing all white, that are going up into the CGI space programming, convincing you that because of that, they got knowledge you don't got. So now you gotta believe them and take their word, because you ain't been to space and they have. Y'all don't realize space is a religion, a belief system, a CGI one at that. Look at how fake all this is. You believe in it. And guess what? They give you black women, Asian women, all of these people are liars. And you think the lie ain't a lie because black people doing it, Asian people doing it. Everybody want money, man. Everybody got a breaking point if you telling them I'm gonna give you millions. These people are all agents, man, lying to us, no matter what color they are. And I want y'all to peep some, right? You notice they didn't start telling you about black people in the space program until the Hidden Figures movie came out. And they brought out the Hidden Figures movie right when the flat earth shit got popular. Peep, don't just peep what they do. Peep when they do it, y'all. Peep when they do it. If you look at the Hidden Figures movie, they put the truth right in your face. Because if you look at the cover for this movie, I mean, I'll be damned, bro. It's flat earth all day, son. These folks are Masons that are lying to you. Look at the Disney logo. It's the flat earth dome. You see the Disney logo? That's the flat earth dome. That's the flat earth dome. Disney made this movie. Disney and NASA working together. Didn't I just show you a picture of Walt Disney in front of a CERN machine? Did I not just show you that, people? And this is what NASA is experimenting with. It's all about CERN. It's all about CERN. Now, if you look at the Hidden Figures cover, they in the flat earth dome. And the NASA symbol is the circle of the earth, man. This is flat earth all day. While they trying to shit on flat earth, they trying to mock us. These people are so evil. They letting the flat earthers know that we know the truth and we know y'all telling the truth. But how we got everybody believing us in our lie. That's what pissed me off. That not only do they lie, they know the truth and they mock the people that's trying to give it to the people. And they got all the power. They got all the big numbers in the machine. And what makes it so aggravating is that while they tell y'all to lie, they make sure to put the truth in front of that shit for the flat earthers to drive us crazy. They make sure that while they lying to y'all, they let the people that's trying to tell y'all the truth know. And guess what, flat earthers? Y'all are right, and we know y'all right. But we ain't gonna tell them. And they go right back on and say, flat earthers are fucking dumb. They're stupid. While knowing we right. And they so evil, they want the flat earthers to know that they know the truth too. And they do stuff like this to rub it in, to make us madder, to make us angrier. They do stuff like this. So if you look at the rocket in the middle, that's the North Pole, man, splitting the dome in the middle. The two pillars right here on the side, this is all flat earth stuff. So I know what y'all thinking. Is he ever gonna get into the Joe Rogan review? Well, it's a 3-hour interview. I was never gonna review the whole thing. I'm gonna review the points I need to review just to show y'all my beef with Billy Carson. That's all that's important. He's working with the people, y'all, and they have an agenda to hide the ancient truth from us. Sanchez don't just hate on that man. I hate on his agenda. I hate the agencies that he pledged to. You see me attacking a black man, but what you don't see is me attacking the European Space Agency. I'm attacking Europeans who got a black face in front of they shit because they know black people gonna come defend this nigga. Why do you think they came out with the Hidden Figures movement when Flat Earth came out? So can say, you telling me the earth flat and it's black people that work with NASA? You cooning. See, now you disrespecting black people now. And that's what they're doing. The earth can't be flat. Why? Because black people work with NASA. What that's saying, black people can't lie to y'all. That's basically what they saying. Black people work with NASA. Why would they lie? You telling me that black woman would keep a secret from her own mama and daddy? Yes, nigga. When you swear in with the military, you can't tell your wife certain shit. Y'all act like this is damn hard. Whenever you take an oath to an agency, it is certain shit that you can't even tell your daughter, your mama. Same thing with joining a gang. A gang member just can't tell their uncles and cousins and everybody the business of the gang. They got pledged in. Same thing with Billy Carson and these black folks that joined the European agencies. They took an oath. Whatever they know and found out whatever they know, they can't tell you, bro. And guess what they know? That the earth is flat. And they took a secret to push you that it's a ball. So Billy Carson can't connect you with the truth of your ancestors because he didn't pledge to them. He pledged to NASA. He got to serve the agenda of his handlers and his masters. You can't serve two masters. He's serving the European Space Agency and NASA. That's the white man's new religion to help hide indigenous people's technology. This is the biggest form of racism on the earth. And I can't believe that Pan-Africans and pro-blacks and black nationalists don't pick up on this. It's because they all part of this too. They all boule. How you gonna say you care about black people and our ancestors, but you don't care when they laugh at our ancestors for saying the earth is flat? How you gonna say you with your ancestors? How you gonna say you a pro-black, but you saying that your ancient black ancestors didn't know what the they was talking about, but the white man do? This white space agency called NASA know more about the universe than the ancestors, even though they telling you that the ancestors got the most accurate motherfucking calendars. Everything that these people know about the universe, they know it from reverse engineering ancient knowledge, while got you laughing at ancient knowledge. And they know so little about the universe because they reverse engineering it very slow. They just catching up to the knowledge of the ancestors while acting like the ancestors was so dumb and didn't know none of this stuff. When this is where they getting it from and they still trying to perfect it when the ancestors already perfected it. Why don't they want you to know the earth is flat? Let me show you why. This is the technology that they are currently trying to build. What is this? This is a hadron collider. Why am I pulling it up? Let me show you something real quick. Because when you talk about why they don't want you to know the earth is flat, I got to keep showing you what they reverse engineering. The shape of the earth is the most advanced technology in existence. Why would they want everybody to know that? Why would they want everybody to know that? So when they make fun of flat earth, guess what they doing in the secret? Reverse engineering it. Look at this right here. Let me ask you something, because you give these people too much damn credit. You think that these people sat down and create and thought of this all on their own. You giving these Europeans too much credit. They ain't nothing but thieves and colonialists. They don't make their own stuff. They steal everybody's stuff. Like they stole Tesla's patents and Nazi Germany's patents during paperclip. These are thieves. They're not geniuses. They look smart because they steal other people's ideas. Quit giving them all that credit. These folks ain't good at science. They good at stealing. And that's why you think they're so good at science. Black folks say all the time, they stole our ancestors' knowledge. Okay, what knowledge exactly did they steal? The flat earth knowledge, I'm here to tell you. You can tell what the thief stole because he don't care about you learning about nothing else. If you want to learn about the pyramids, that's fine. If you want to look at the Mayan calendar and say how genius they was for being able to make a calendar so accurate, that's fine. But the moment you say, let's look at what the ancestors thought about the shape of the earth, that ain't cool. Why you want to do that? They laugh at you. They call you dumb. They censor you. Now, out of everything we look at with the ancestors, they only act weird when we start talking about the ancestors' flat earth. They don't care if you research mummification. They don't even care if you look at the Kama Sutra and look at ancient sex practices. But it's only when you look at ancient cosmology that they have a fit and get bent out of shape. You gotta ask yourself why though? Why? Why y'all don't want us looking in that door right there? Cause y'all stole up out of there. This is how thieves act, man. This is the equivalent of you telling a thief, show me what you hiding behind your back. Cause you know you stole something. Let me see what you got behind your back. And when the thief show you what they holding behind their back, you gonna say, give me that. You got that from my ancestors. You stole my ancestors' knowledge, you thief. Give me that back. That's why the thief don't want to show you what he stole. He want to laugh at it. You see, does that make sense to y'all? Drop a one. The moment you tell them, look here, show me what you're hiding behind your back right there. What you stole. Let me see what you stole. Open up your hand. This what they gonna show you right here. And you gonna say, you stole my ancestor idea. While you got me laughing at my ancestor. And guess what? They got all these pro-black groups out there talking about they stole our ancestors' knowledge. But they still teaching you the space program. Them people are Boule agents and they fathers are Freemasons, and they better find them something to play with and keep my damn name out their mouth, and they know who I'm talking about, because I come on this and make a series out of their ass, just like I'm doing with they daddy, Neil Tyson, and this boy named Billy Carson. All of you motherfucking agents can get it in the spirit of Tupac on some hit 'em up shit. You better learn who you playing with and the forces that power me, nigga. You're not built like that. A lot of you niggas think you tough because you got a clique full of niggas around you. This is me by myself, and I'll say this to any nigga with the spirit of the ancestors, and I'll crash out at the snap of a finger, nigga. If you telling me, because you niggas are agents, nigga. I came to people, let me show you something. All of your religions are telling you that the earth is a battleground of good and evil. But you don't see no demons and no angels from the sky. Guess what you see? People telling the truth and people telling lies. Earth is a battleground of Armageddon. Spirits are fighting out a war here. I know what side I'm on. You need to pick a side. I'm fighting on the side of my DNA and my ancestors. You either on that side or you with the agencies that's hiding the knowledge of our DNA and our inheritance. It's deeper than that. They stole our land. They stole our knowledge. You can't even govern your land if you don't got the knowledge of how we govern these lands. You talking about we need to get our land back. We need to get our knowledge back. When we get our knowledge back, we'll get the land back and everything else. We'll get all the power back. You know why? Knowledge is power. The people that got the land, they got the power first. Our land was taken when our knowledge was stolen. You need to understand the connection with that. Your power, your sovereignty is in the knowledge that connects you with your DNA, not the knowledge that connects you with the technological alien agenda of the powers that be in the New World Order and the UN and the Vatican. That's the new alien ufology religion that prophets like Billy Carson are the forerunners of. That's why they promote him around. So I got to play a little bit of this video to show you, and it's just the first 10 seconds only.
So you think you saw an alien spaceship?
Yeah, because back then I don't believe we had the technology to create a ARV, an alien production vehicle.
He said back then we didn't have the technology to do that. Guess who wants y'all to believe that? NASA do. Guess whose agenda he's serving now? The same people that took down him. I'm telling you, man, NASA made these vehicles, they reproduced them. Listen, man, NASA and Langley work together. Langley Research Center is basically NASA's building. I made this collage for y'all to research what's going on. Billy Carson works for NASA, y'all. You can look him up and it'll tell you that. He's a registered member of the European. You can't work for how you gonna be the voice of our ancestors and you a damn agent for the Europeans? You got all these black folks thinking I'm hating on you when I call you an agent. I got to show receipts, man. You're a real boule agent who against your people's rising up and battering ourselves and connecting with our ancestors and getting knowledge that's really worth a damn that can empower us. And I'm not through with you, nigga. I got more receipts to prove how you get your money from these folks, y'all. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna work my way through it all. Now check this out, y'all. The Air Force and NASA been had a contract, y'all, since the 40s. In fact, aerospace is something that's governed by NASA and the Air Force. You can basically say I worked for NASA when I was in the Air Force. That's what you can say, because NASA ain't nothing but an extension of the DOD, the Department of Defense. You didn't know that? Now, what are they defending, though? What are they defending? They are defending valuable information that can compromise the very structure of government worldwide and collapse the whole world economy. You think that the DOD is there to protect Americans from foreign countries when the DOD don't give a fuck about y'all because none of them go to war. None of the people at the UN care about the soldiers that die on either side. In fact, one entity is funding both sides of the war. The DOD ain't made for that. The DOD is like it's an intelligence union to make sure that certain information never gets out to the mainstream. And if it do gets out to the mainstream, it gets out there in a way where it ain't taken seriously. The real truth is that the governments of the world have all united and they don't hate each other. They hate the masses. The truth is that it ain't America versus China. It's the haves versus the have-nots. It's the rich versus the poor. And everybody have sold us out and sold a soul and enriched themselves off of the knowledge of our ancestors. And they're hiding that knowledge from us, and they got a debt to pay and a price to pay, and we will receive our inheritance when enough of us wake up and see we've been bamboozled. The rabbit hole go deeper than what y'all think. This is a big cash cow, and I'm about to break down to you where the money going in a minute. But I had to play that clip so you can see the agenda. His agenda is, ain't no way we got the technology to create vimanas, but people, we had it ever since the 40s. This man ain't really woke because any woke person will tell him that. See, they ain't gonna get nobody on these big platforms that's talking like this. Why? Because they went against a. You gotta realize that the people that's running our government, these are old Germans that sold out. These are the people that started NASA. The most powerful people in America aren't from America. They're foreigners. So much for your Constitution about protecting us from threats, foreign and domestic, because there are foreigners in power right now, and the domestic people are their threat. The Constitution don't mean nothing. We got a foreign fiat government in power right now, and their threat is us. The Constitution supposed to be protecting us from foreign and domestic threats, but it got a foreign power, a foreign entity in power, enforcing its power against the domestic citizens. We represent the domestic America. That means we ain't foreigners. We are a domestic group, right? Like, think about it. What is domestic violence? It's violence that takes place in the family, in the house. We are domestic people, meaning we indigenous to the land. We've been here. The government that's ruling us in this land, it's a foreign power that just came over here in the 40s and set up shop. And when it set up shop, it got rid of the gold standard. Think about what happened in the 40s. We went away from money being backed by gold in the 40s. Why? Because paperclip scientists from Germany came over here and they started backing the money with energy. You see, electricity became the new gold. Go research the 40s. In the 40s, they got y'all thinking about a gold rush. Bullshit, nigga. The gold rush ain't got shit on the electricity rush. They taught you about the gold rush, but they didn't teach you when Nikola Tesla was living, they had an electricity rush between alternating current and direct current. This is very important because this would dictate whether we end up evolving toward free energy devices or more controlled devices that we got to pay for. Think about it. The war was non-sustainable technology versus sustainable technology. Nikola Tesla had the most cleanest and sustainable technology for energy creation. And he was going to war against dummies like Westinghouse and another dude, I can't think of his name, one of Tesla's greatest enemies. They basically was taking all of Tesla's concepts and finding a way to make it less efficient. Now you're saying, Sanchez, why would you want to take a good idea and make it full of flaws, make it breakable, make it non-efficient? The same reason why they sign a contract for lightning bulb companies. You cannot create a lightning bulb that lasts more than 20 years. It'll collapse the economy. In the 40s, guess what we did? We recreated the economy and the currency. We backed it by electricity, and we recreated the economy to start making items that break quickly. Because we found out if we're not gonna back money by gold, we need to back it by consumerism. In the 40s, if you bought a toaster, you passed that toaster down to your damn daughter. Let me show you how life was in the early 1900s. Technology was so flawless that if you bought a T-model Ford, it lasted longer than a nigga's Challenger. I know you thinking I'm making this up. And I know our modern cars look better, but they worthless, they plastic. When you bought the Model T Ford, you can crank that up with your hand. It's electric, it don't even need gas. Did you know that? Yeah, man, the first cars were electric cars. They stopped that because they wanted to sell you gas. This goes into the propulsion hope. Who you think is the gate gods of all propulsion knowledge? The rocket propulsion labs, RPLs, JPL, the NASA, and all them. This can crash the whole world economy, bro. When the paperclip scientists came and infiltrated the American government in the 40s, they turned us into consumers. Because if you look at what was happening in America prior to the 40s, we was building outstanding technology. Our technology in the early 1900s was so advanced. Like I said, people was passing down their toasters. You bought one motherfucking toaster and it stayed in the family for generations. It didn't break. They found out that this economy ain't gonna last. We need to make things break. They found that out in the 40s, bro. And they rebuilt the whole economic structure and turned us into consumers to where we got to now buy shit over and over and over again. The way that we was building shit in the early 1900s, we built it to last. We built shit, bro. There's a light bulb in a museum right now that's been on ever since the 1600s.
Oh my God!
That's a smack in your face, nigga. Drop a one if y'all know that right now. There's a light bulb right now that's been on since the 1600s. It's still on right now. Go look it up. That we was building last. But how you gonna have a consumer-based bull market government like we got today with that kind of system? You see that bull on Wall Street? That means we got governments today that are powered by consumerism. That's called a bull market. People buying shit every day. Why do we gotta buy shit every day? Cause shit run out, shit break. You think that that's natural? No, that's by design. They literally got contracts. If you are a car manufacturer, you cannot make a car that lasts this long. And all of the companies are in on it together. They sign. Because think about this, right? This was what was happening in the early American economy in the 1900s. The companies making products was competing with each other on who can make the best product, the longest lasting product. The company that would make, for example, the longest lasting light bulb would sell the most. But guess what they found out? That company will put its own self out of business and put everybody else out of business. Think about it. The company that make the longest lasting light bulbs to compete with its brother, once everybody buy your light bulbs, then they never gonna buy light bulbs again for 1,000 years. So now you can only sell that light bulb one time and you gotta wait like 2 generations. I just told you there's a light bulb that's been on since the 1600s. Imagine if we would have all bought imagine if your great grandma would have bought light bulbs back in the 1600s. You wouldn't even have to buy light bulbs today. You would have passed me down, hand me down everything. Meaning, once one of your family members bought it, no one ever in your family got to buy it again. They can inherit all this stuff. You know why we don't inherit a lot of shit today? Because most of the shit we buy break by the time we die. This is a big deal, y'all. This is a ripoff. Think about what I'm telling you. The man that made the light bulb that lasts the longest, you put everybody out of business. So all of the light bulb companies say, listen, we working against ourselves. We got to act like we're competing with each other, but really, we all are competing with the consumer. That's our competition, right? So all of the companies got together and said, listen, none of us gonna make a light bulb that lasts more than 20 years. Deal? Deal? So we're gonna have to find other ways to compete. The whole concept of we're gonna compete based upon who building they strongest, we gotta cut that out because we need to all build our to break. Agree? Deal? So we'll compete another way. And this new form of competition will be who got the best ads, who got the best ad campaign. And that's how we end up in this world today where we got all of these beautiful commercials. The Jack in the Box Man, Ronald McDonald, all of the mascots, the ad-based TV world that's constantly bogarting you with advertisements. That's the new competitive nature of the corporations, and that works best for all parties in this consumer-based government structure that they created. It works best for all parties. And what you got to realize is that it's one company that owns any 2 competing corporations. Yeah, you look at it, you say, okay, which one do I want to drink? Right? Dr. Pepper or Pepsi or this one, that one. And the same company own both of them, even though they got a commercial on them. You got a company that'll give you a Sprite and says Sprite tastes better than Mountain Dew, and you realize both of them made by the same company. And the company don't care which one you buy. It got another company hating on the other one. That's like Democrats versus Republican. It look like it's competition, but they really don't care which one of them you pick because they both are controlled by one party. So the thing about the German scientists that came over here in the 40s, America was gonna become very powerful because what America had was we built things to last. This is a fact. You can go look it up. People, they got stuff that was built in the 1800s in museums, and you can still plug it up and use it, man. You got to think about it. They got muskets from the Civil War that you can put the gunpowder in it right now and use it, and you'll lethally injure somebody. Do you know how old that musket is? They got cannons right now that was made in the 1600s that'll blow your ass away. It worked like it was made yesterday. You hear what I'm telling you? They got irons in museums that's made in the 1600s that you can plug in a wall and iron your shirt with it right now. And you telling me that we're more advanced. We was more advanced back in the day, but that wasn't good for the economy that they wanted. The most advanced people are gonna build the best products and build them to last. We were so advanced that we were so smart you couldn't have a consumer-based fiat government. Because people were so smart, we was building things literally with good intent. If a person was making a pair of shoes, they was thinking in their mind, I want to protect this person's feet for as long as possible. They weren't thinking in their mind, I want to make as much money as I can possibly make off of this. When we started being motivated by money, our economy went to hell in a handbasket. Most of the shit on them shelves ain't worth none of the money you paying for it, and is made in China for pennies. It'll be broke in a year. You'll be buying it again. They found out that disposable economies work better. Economies work better if people go to the store every day. Versus in the early days, you went shopping like once a month. You went to the electric store probably every generation. I'm serious, man. Your mama and daddy passed their radio down, bro. You gotta hear what I'm saying. This is old school America. Everybody didn't buy a fucking radio. You bought one motherfucking radio and everybody went to their house to listen to it. And it was the family's radio. And if they wanted to listen to the radio, you went to Big Mama house to keep up with what's going on. And the whole family sat around that radio. Everybody couldn't afford a radio. You bought one radio and everybody shared. This was how the economy was. But that ain't good for business. They need everybody to be able to buy a radio for the same price. So guess what they did? They made that same radio in China with cheaper materials, and now everybody can buy their own radio for the same price. So we can sell this radio more than one time. You see what I'm saying? Now this one radio is built to last. And because of that, they all can't afford it. Because it's made out of good materials that's gonna last. Like I said, you can take a radio from them old days and turn it on now, it'll work. It was built to last. You would have passed that down your family for generations. That ain't good for people that's selling radios. They need you to come back and buy one quicker than that. So they started to build everything over after the 40s and make things to break. Guess what came out of the 40s? The invention of plastic. What did plastic allow us to do? Go into this new consumer-based economy and packaging and all that. It also allowed us to make most of the products out of plastic, and that will ensure that they will break at a certain time. Even our cars are fiberglass. Yeah, that pretty Corvette, that nice Challenger you riding in, good luck if you get in an accident in that pretty piece of plastic. Because it's a dude in an old school car, it's full metal, baby. If you get in an accident with him and your cute little Charger, you gonna be hurt. He's not. That deuce in the quarter ain't nothing but steel. Steel, solid. You riding with fiberglass protecting you. And you talking about, ooh, we in the future. We're in the future. And this shit ain't built to last. So much for the future. Things look good, but they ain't worth a damn. So futuristic people like good looks. They don't like quality. Let me explain something to y'all real quick. Plastic allowed them to do wonders. Now, here's what you got to realize. When did plastic come about? Let's look it up. Plastic, look at here. I'm going to show my receipts. Plastic became popular in the 40s and 50s. If you think I was lying to you, I know what I'm talking about. Look at what it say in the 40s. Plastic was used by what? The military. Guess who they get it from? Nazi Germany. Yes, plastic come from a. They not telling y'all all of the shit that we stole from Germany. Listen, plastic come from Germany. Aluminum foil come from Germany. Laser technology come from Germany. CERN technology come from Germany. In fact, let me show you something. If you look at the logo for CERN, it is the swastika. You can't make this up, though. Oh, no, you ain't making this up at all, man. You can't make stuff like this up, what Sanchez is saying. I'm going to show you better than I can tell you, man. Look at here. Watch this here. Hold up a second. Open up this thing real quick. See? Because here is what his symbol was. That symbol didn't belong to him. It belonged to the ancestors. Here it is in the Hindu cosmology. This is what's happening at the North Pole, y'all. Look. Here go the flat Earth North Pole map. There are 4 rivers flowing into this hole, as you can see. But around this circle is there's like a lazy pool, water going in a circle. But as the water pour out of these little 4 rivers, when it pours out into this big river out here, it starts going in a circle. Y'all see what I'm saying? The water is coming out the middle and it pours out of these 4 rivers. And then when it get out here, this river is going round and round. So everybody made a symbol to show what's happening at the North Pole. And this is what it looked like. It's showing you what those 4 rivers at the center of the earth is doing. You see? Here go what the flat earthers are teaching. So think about this. Everybody that got smoked for flat earth, they're also pushing the alien shit. And I'm showing you why, y'all. I'm showing you why the two go together. Now look at here. Look at here. I'm gonna give you a lot of information. So a lot of things we got from the paperclip scientists. Most of the foundation of everything we enjoy in this American society came from Nazi Germany. Now, I don't know if they're going to keep this up. I haven't said nothing but just scientific facts and history, but it'll show y'all the censorship if they take it down, right? It'll show you that, and this is some of my greatest work. So I hope somebody recording this because I'm not. Soon as it uploads, I'm going to download it in case they try to take it off. But I ain't through yet. I got a whole bunch more stuff for you. So I'm not going to be redundant because I got so much for you. But I'm going to go back to here and say the Pharaoh was showing you that you live in your spinal cord. And I know that sounds crazy, but the energy from your spinal cord is emitting itself around your body. All right. So how it really looks is like this. When they say as above, so below, it's also as within, so without. The energy that is flowing through our spinal cord is also flowing around our body, as within, so without. And this is the knowledge of the torus field that I showed you earlier. This is what the torus field is telling us if you study it. What is the torus field telling us? Let me tell you what it's saying. Let me tell you what it's saying. Look at it while I tell you this. It's saying, as above, so below. How is it saying that, Sanchez? Look at it. Isn't the top dome like the bottom dome? They are mirroring each other. And when you look at yourself in the mirror, it's polarity. The version of you in the mirror is directly opposite from the version of you standing up in the bathroom. Your mirror reflection is your polarity. It's a direct opposite of what you doing. It's in reverse. And that's what this Taurus field showing us. We're in a mirrorverse. Or let thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven is another way of saying as above, so below. That is the secrets of the Taurus field. That's why we say that. When we say as within, so without, all of these sayings come from studying this right here, y'all. And this is what the flower of life is right here. So the spiraling vortex in the middle of this object will also exist on the outside of it too, as you see. As you see right here, you have a spiral tower in the middle, and that projects itself outward as a thicker tower around it. So you have a pole and a pole. And this one can keep going. You can project another bigger bubble around this one. You see what I'm saying? So just like we got a rotating tower in the middle of this, if you look at the outside, it is just the same thing happening in the middle on the outside. As within, so without. And this is what's going on when I say that the spine is the spin. You know, think about this, right? If you wet a basketball and spin it around, all of the water gonna fling off of that basketball. And so our spine, instead of a basketball being soaked with water, our spinal cord is soaked with energy. And when the spinal cord spins, that's why we call it a spine, because it spins. There's energy that is spinning around your spinal cord. That's why they wrap the serpent around a stick. They wrap the serpent around a pole. The energy that is spinning around the spinal cord is called the serpent energy, aka the Kundalini energy. And it represents the DNA, the path of life that your mama and daddy gave you. Yes, your Kundalini energy is your DNA energy. When we say activate your DNA, we're saying activate your Kundalini, activate your pineal gland. Because these two serpents are your mama and daddy. That's what opened the door for you to get here. The path that the soul take to enter the earth, it had everything on it that you need to do when you get here. You got to follow your heart. It's in your DNA. Every cell in your body is telling you what to do, when to do it. The scripture is written in your cells. And you don't need to be reading no Bible and no Quran. You need to be closing your eyes, meditating, listening to what the voice within telling you to do, letting it direct your steps, because you already knew why you came here. You had a mission. It's written in your DNA. And once you get in alignment with it, everything you thought you was praying for gonna come to you. Now listen. The spinal cord is full of energy. And just like a basketball that's soaked full of water, when you spin it, the water gonna fly off. Now the spinal cord is soaked with energy. And as it spins, the energy flings off of the thing, creating this Taurus field bubble. Let's show it to you again. You see the pole in the middle of this thing is like me squeezing water out of a towel. That's what DNA is. Let me show you. When you wring out a towel, you make the DNA symbol. Now look at this towel. This is what the Babel tower is. It's a tower. A tower is a towel. Now, when you squeeze in the water from the towel, you make the DNA symbol. That's the DNA symbol. And that's what we're doing with this experiment. That's what the Moses staff is all about. Generating energy. So what happens is, like when we squeeze the towel, water come out. And so likewise, that's what we're looking at here. The bubble around the pole represent the water being squeezed from the towel. See, the shape in the middle of this torus field is no different than us squeezing a towel out, right? Let me see here. Here it is right here. Now, when you squeeze this thing, it's going to create this shape right here, just like the towel. And guess what? Whatever was absorbed in there is going to skeet out all around it. And that's how it get this big bubble around it. That's how your energy is literally being squeezed out of your body right now, and it's creating a big bubble around you. You see what's happening? The spiraling motion that is taking place in our spinal cord or spinal cord is a spinning motion, a spin or DNA motion. Spinal cord dealing with a spin. And we say, hey man, we spending our time. You ain't spending time, you're spending time. Now check this out, right? The thing is this right here, right? Right? The Kundalini is a result of the energy being purged from the self. That's what earth is, purgatory. Earth is a place where spirits come to squeeze the energy out of themselves. Now, Sanchez, why would they want to do that? Because you are a bomb and you need to explode. You're a bomb and you haven't exploded. We say that all the time. You the bomb, I'm the bomb. You ain't the bomb if you ain't exploded, nigga. A lot of you niggas talking about you the bomb and you ain't got the energy I got. How the hell I'm the bomb and I got this explosive energy and your little calm, quiet talking ass talking about you the bomb? You ain't no man, you a sissy. You just like Billy Carson, a little soft crybaby who don't never get passionate about nothing because he got too much money and he too soft now. His hunger and passion gone. That's when they take the soul out of a sellout. See, money will make you soft. Yeah, when you sell your soul, you ain't got no reason to go hard for the people no more. That's the energy Sanchez got. That's Kundalini energy. The moment I don't got this energy no more, it's because somebody paid me, y'all. They paid me. Somebody paid me to calm down. They watered me down. So the moment a nigga, listen, it'll never happen. Let me show you what the symbol of money is. Because you got the false God and you got the real God. Now, I'm going to show you the difference between them and who's serving who. Because Billy's serving the false God and I'm serving the real God. Watch this. Billy Carson is all about money and capitalism. He's not about spirituality. How do I know that? Just go to his channel. Go to his channel. He's still giving, listen, go to his channel. Let me go to it, 4BK. Look at where his opening video is.
We're talking about
how to achieve your dreams. The 10 steps to become a millionaire. This man don't want to become an enlightened spirit. This man ain't trying to connect with his ancestors. This man trying to become a millionaire. And he's projecting with the title, How to Achieve Your Dreams. It ain't everybody dream to get rich, sir. It's some people dream to learn the truth about the universe, like Sanchez's. See, I want to show y'all something. His dream was to get rich, right? And because his dream was to get rich, he sold out to the damn enemy. And now he ain't qualified to get you free. but he qualified to get you rich though. Now let me break some down to you, right? Let me break some down to you. Check this out. Here go the symbol of the US dollar. This is what Billy Carson is selling to the people while making fun of flat earth. He telling you you can follow your dreams and get rich by becoming a millionaire. Knowledge is power, not money, y'all. This man is a agent. This is the God he served, the US dollar. And guess what? It looked like my God, but it ain't. Now here go my God. Here go my God right here, y'all. Let me show you the difference between me and him. See, all of my knowledge ain't about getting me rich. My knowledge ain't about getting you rich. My knowledge don't care how much money in your pocket. My knowledge cares if you wake up or not. My knowledge is about your soul. That lets you know that whatever he giving you on some spiritual information is all wrong. He's concerned with money. Let me show you what I'm saying here. When Billy Carson is teaching you about empowering yourself and achieving your dreams, what he got in mind is the dollar sign. And his title tells it all. Think about what I'm telling you now. This is the symbol that he's trying to get you to connect with. Building more gadgets, technology, registering with NASA, getting your money up, being a sellout. His knowledge can only go so far because his intent ain't to connect with the ancestors. His intent is to make money. And if that's your intent, of course you're gonna connect with the European Space Agency and not the OMEC. This man made a career off of mocking the ancestors with the white man. He made a career off of helping the enemy mock his ancestors and hide the greatness of his ancestors. So when he want to tell his people how to empower themselves, he got to tell them to become a millionaire when our people literally empowered themselves just like Tesla did, just like Elon Musk. Nigga. You telling them you know how to get them power when you hiding how we got power by mocking the flat earth. Knowledge is power, man. See, the thing is this. If you look at the symbol of the US dollar, they got that symbol by plagiarizing the knowledge I'm giving you. Look at what I got on the screen right now. Look at how they wrapping the serpents around the pole. People, that's the US dollar symbol. They stole this and blasphemed it and desecrated. They got all of us thinking that we're gonna get power through consumerism and shopping and working hard, when these people got power by stealing ancient patents. They got power from stealing, and they got you thinking you gonna get power from working hard. They got you thinking that you gonna get power by collecting a lot of dollars and you gonna become a millionaire. When you gonna get power by collecting a lot of knowledge, man. Knowledge is power. You can't substitute that with dollars. And the people that ain't empowering you with knowledge, they got to turn around and give you a financial course with their motherfucking pseudoscience because they know that what they giving you ain't no real power. Their idea of power is you getting rich, not you getting free. That's why people rock with Billy Carson and not me. Because guess what they say to me? How flat earth gonna feed my children? Flat earth will not only feed your children, it will make you run your own government systems and create your own power grids. It will literally give you the knowledge of Nikola Tesla. And anybody know that with the knowledge that Tesla had and what Nazi Germany had, that's the knowledge that can reset the whole world economic system. You can end the bank scam right now with flat earth knowledge. This is why flat earth knowledge is so feared. This is why they censor it so much. Flat earth knowledge represent a reset of everything we thought about the world and how we're governing the masses. It represent a whole reset of the educational system. with knowledge that's going to power us versus education curriculum that's going to turn you to an indoctrinated consumer. If you look at how Tesla wrapped the car around the pole, they turned that to the symbol of money. You know why? Because money is power. No, not those paper dollars that's in your pocket. The symbol itself is worth more than every dollar in your pocket. Did you hear what I said? That's why I deal with symbols. These symbols are worth more than all the money on the earth. Why? Because these symbols is what allow for money to be printed and created. I just told you it take electricity to print money. If you don't got electricity, you don't have an economy. Money is literally power, not paper dollars, y'all. Seriously, man. And the symbol for money is literally a sine wave. It's the kundalini. We are the currency, nigga. We are the true source of energy. Didn't Morpheus tell you that in the Matrix movie? These folks are reverse engineering the secrets of our spirituality and turning it into an economy that's working against us. And you want to know why I'm going in on Billy? Because he's helping them do it. He's all about capitalism, millionaire status. This man ain't a real spiritual guru or a monk. His motivation is money. That's why he signed his soul to NASA and a European Space Agency. He's more connected to those agencies than the ancestors. In fact, the more connected you are with the ancestors, the less money you gonna get. Trust me, I know it. Trust me, nigga. You can't serve two masters. With my gifts, I can do what Billy Carson doing better than Billy. I want y'all to think about it. What if Sanchez worked for NASA? Boy, I'd be leading so many people to hell because I'm funny. I'm charismatic. Can you imagine me making collages like this to prove that the earth is a globe? Can you imagine me using all my spiritual gifts to help assist the enemy keep you down? It'll be that much harder for your children to wake up because I'm a bad motherfucker, boy. I'm good at what I do. If I wanted to be on the side of the liars, boy, I'll be one of the best. Billy Carson will be hating on me. Damn, they giving that nigga all the TV time. I can do what Billy doing better than him if I wanted to be a sellout. Don't think I'm hating it. I just got integrity. Money ain't everything to me. I really believe that when we die, we gonna have to answer to our ancestors. And I think Billy gonna have a hard time explaining to our ancestors why he sold his soul to their enemies. Why did he help mock them? What I'm doing ain't driven by money, y'all. What I'm doing is driven by the ancestors. When I die, when I breathe my last breath, telling me, boy, you was a soul. We sent you to do that. I'm following what my DNA telling me to do. This is my heart leading me. That's what I'm telling y'all to do. That's what I'm driven by. That's why I told you Billy Carson is driven by the dollar sign. I am driven by the Kundalini sign. Now, they both look the same, but they different, dog. They different. He may seem motivated like me, but his source of motivation ain't the same source as mine. His motivation ain't coming from where mine coming from. See, let me break this down one more time. This is where Billy Carson's motivation come from. I'm gonna give you his symbol right now. His motivation come from this. My motivation come from this. Now, I know they look the same, but they're not, dog. I'm motivated by the energy inside of my body. That's the Kundalini, and you can feel it too. You can feel it when you come to my show, because I can feel my own energy when I'm lit, nigga. I know what the I'm giving off, what's coming out of my body, what you feeling. I'm doing that to you. That's the Sanchez experience, nigga. I'm very conscious of the energy I'm emitting and how I make people feel. That's called a Sanchez effect, nigga. Now you learn to do that. Learn how to shower a person with your unique vibration. Because this energy that you feeling over here, you can't feel it nowhere else but Sanchez, nigga. I promise you that. That's what make me rich, dog. It's wealth in that. Why would I sell that to be a monotone, droopy-eyed, lifeless ass like Billy Carson? For money? That I like being lit, nigga. I don't want to be no soft-talking, goofy-ass liar with a suit on and a lot of money. I like expressing this energy called Bro Sanchez, nigga. I'm gonna unleash my beast, nigga. My kundalini is free to live inside of me. You see this symbol right here? This is what my energy come from, nigga. If I was being motivated by money, my vibes would be just like Billy. A low talking liar. This energy right here, you can only get this from your DNA, man. If you sell your soul and start getting motivated by money, you gonna lose this passion that I'm giving you right now, son. You gonna see a lot of people don't know what it means to sell your soul. I seen a lot of my favorite rappers do it. They come into the game with a light shining. They come into the game with this innocence. They come into the game with their little light just shining. You can't get enough of them. And then they sell their soul. And they end up getting all this money from the label. And you like, where is Kanye? Where the old Kanye at? Where the old Lil Wayne at before he was skateboarding and shit? Where is the little Wayne that was crying about his daddy dying? Where are the people that was really being, they was letting the genuine energy inside of them lead and guide them? And then when they crossed over, they started making lit like a lollipop. When Kanye crossed over, Jesus walks. But all of these artists, when they first come in the game, they be at their best. The money takes their soul energy away. We say it every time. When they got the money, they sold out, they crossed over. It go hand in hand. You give them hundreds of millions of dollars and you tell them to water down their music. What you're literally telling them is kill the light inside of them. Stop doing what you was doing that made the people like you, because what you was doing was being real with the energy in you. You was expressing your real kundalini energy inside of you on that song, and we felt that. Kundalini energy is felt. And guess what? We feel it when you ain't using it no more too, nigga. We feel it when you turn it off and we say that ain't the same no more. He ain't real like he used to be. We're saying you fake now. Why? Because you ain't letting this energy inside of you express yourself. You letting the dollar signs around you dictate your actions. And I know they both look the same. That's why they created money, to control people. And tell me it didn't work. Boy, it worked, boy. They created money to control our behavior, and damn it, it made us so evil. Look at TikTok. Bust your head for a little money. Man, money made us evil, y'all. And they say that the devil make us evil. But if you look at the symbol of money, that go your serpent right there wrapped on the tree. They said that the Satan is a serpent. They said money is the root of all evil. Who is the root of all evil? The devil. Who created this hellish system that's driven by money? Devils in power. Devils in power created this system. You call it life, I call it hell. This ain't living. This is called fighting, nigga. If every day of your goddamn life is a struggle, you ain't living. You're fighting. You on a damn battlefield from the moment you get out the bed to the moment you lay down. You fighting. You ain't even began to live life yet. Life is something that we gonna experience after we done with this place. This is not life. This is death. The ancestors said this world is death. This is a war ground you're born on. You call this living? Boy, this is what I call fighting. Check this out, y'all. I'm gonna tell you something. When you say Sanchez, if this is a fight, who is the enemy? The people that have sworn against your DNA. Who is your DNA? Your ancestors, nigga. You think I get up every day doing this for no reason? Dog, I work for somebody. I work for some spirits. And man, this work is hard and tiring and exhausting. So when I breathe my last breath, I'm gonna be paid for my duties here on earth, man. I know, see, I'm not worrying about no physical money. I'm building up spiritual currency because I don't plan on being here again. So why would I fill up my earthly bank account? I am doing the work of my forefathers so that I can be rewarded into the ancestral lands. This is a test to see how much integrity you got. If you willing to turn against your own DNA, you'll sell out because it's your family that opened up the gates for you. Your mom and daddy, your forefathers, your ancestors, your great grandma, great granddaddy, not NASA. Not these Europeans, not these damn agencies and strangers and foreigners that you pledging your loyalty to. You pledging to these folks and going against your own damn blood, man. You gonna pay for that, nigga. Because when we die, it ain't gonna be NASA greeting your energy. We all come in and out of this realm through our family tree. You're turning on your own DNA. You know why they want us to do that? Because they don't want us to activate our DNA. What's the opposite of activating your DNA? Turning on it, ignoring it. Everything in your DNA is telling you to get mad and to start fighting for your goddamn blood and your ancestors. Blood thicker than water. If your third eye is open and you in tune, your DNA like mine. My shit is, I can't wait to get up, wash my face, brush my teeth, put some clothes on and get to fighting. I'm a soldier. I don't like to take days off. I'm a fighter, dog. I like to come on here and teach this ancestral shit. They hid the truth of my forefathers, and I'm going to dedicate my life telling the world that my ancestors were geniuses, bitch. You can laugh at them all you want saying that they didn't know the shape of the earth, but I got receipts today. And I've been pulling them up, showing you that you're reverse engineering the flat earth while you ridicule it. Man, I'm doing the work of my ancestors. He's doing the work of NASA and IDMB and Hollywood and the European Space Agency. Look at this damn boule Mason, this bow tie wearing Mason. This man don't want to be free from the earth. He loved this earth. He's about getting rich, not about getting free. And you need to know that, because if you want to get rich, then yeah, follow Billy Carson. If you want to get free, that's all I can promise you. I can't promise you that I'm going to make you a millionaire. But what I can promise you is that if you can grasp the concepts, what I'm giving you, I can take away your fears of death. I can get you acquainted with the energy that's powering your body. Now, everybody don't care about that. Some people just want a bag. And then if that's the case, then hey, Billy is the better man for you to follow then. Because like I told you, all of his knowledge is going to lead you to get in the bed with the agencies. All of my knowledge is going to lead you to explore and get to know yourself. I ain't promising you money. In fact, I'm asking you to give me money for this. I ain't got shit to give you but some truth. And that's gonna hurt you. And hopefully you'll still pay me for it. So I got a very interesting job because I get paid to tell the truth. But the truth hurt people. Who gonna give you some money for hurting them, y'all? It makes it very hard for me to generate the kind of money that these guys generate because I'm burdened with telling the truth. Ain't nobody gonna pay you for hurting their ass. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna ask you to donate to me. I'm gonna hurt your little feelings, then tell you to hit the Cash App. Only people gonna donate to a nigga like that is pain freaks and people that don't mind being hurt because the truth hurts so good. Bitches. I'll be right back. And when I come back, we gonna follow the money. I got more receipts on Billy. Like and share it, y'all. I'm finna take a 1-minute break. I ain't done. My foot on this neck, y'all. Got the story right, nigga.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez.
Listen up, everybody. I'm taking a 1-minute break to hit the blunt. I don't mind people saying that I smoke. That's what I'm doing on my break. I'm about to hit this blunt. Don't go nowhere, because when I come back, I got some receipts to show you how Billy Carson get paid from NASA. You don't want to miss that.
Oh my God!
Oh, we back. We ain't taking no long breaks. Cause I got hey bro, I gotta get this out. Now let's go to the receipts though. Let's go to my receipts now. It's finna really get crazy now. Now hold on a second though. Sorry about that. Now I got some receipts that's finna blow y'all away. Now most people don't realize, right? Billy Carson has his own space agency. Now, why is that important? Because now I'm finna show you how Billy uses this space agency to siphon tax dollars out to people with NASA. Oh yeah, watch this. First of all, let me pull up my original receipts. When you look up Billy Carson, it'll tell you who he is. People don't want to know the truth though. People like being lied to. You know, they love it. And the person they in love with, they don't want to know the truth about them. Hit the like and share button. Look at this. Read this. Billy Carson is a registered member of the European Space Agency and NASA. Now look, here is his company, First Class Space Agency. Why am I bringing this up? A lot of these so-called private and personal space agencies, like what Billy Carson got, what y'all don't know is they passed a law a while back to where these private space agencies can also get public tax dollars.
Oh my God!
And I'm about to break down the whole money system, how all of these. Now we know Billy Carson is a scammer. We know that. We know for a fact that Billy Carson is a scammer. And guess what? I forgot to play this video for y'all. Cause you gotta ask yourself, if all of the black people know Billy Carson is a scammer, why Joe Rogan let him on there? How he get to work with NASA if he a scammer? Cause birds of a feather flock together. We've been telling you that NASA is scamming your ass. Think about that now. Puff Daddy Company, Earn Your Leisure, works with Billy Carson. See, this man got connections to P. Diddy as well.
Oh my God!
That's what y'all ain't realizing. P. Diddy is a scammer. He scammed all his artists. Birds of a feather flock together. Everybody know the European Space Agency doing the same scam NASA doing. And scammers like other scammers. They ain't recruiting physicists and scientists. They're recruiting scammers. How can I prove it? Let's go back here. Billy Carson didn't go to school. He ain't even got a college education. And he a registered member with NASA, and he got his own space agency?
Oh!
What qualifies you to be able to work with a scientific space agency? People, it's scientists with degrees that don't got a registration with the ESA and NASA. This man ain't got no college education, and he's a member of NASA and the European Space Agency. That's a smack in the face to every dude that got a science degree. That an alien abductee can get that position before you. So what's the requirements? It ain't how good are you at science, it's how good are you at scamming. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. They ain't looking for scientists. They're looking for deceivers. They ain't looking for people who know how to teach symbols and know how to teach. They looking for people who know how to lie. And guess what? That's why Billy Carson is a perfect fit for these agencies. Stop me when I start lying. And let's go to some more receipts though, because this rabbit hole goes even deeper. It goes even deeper. Shout out to JT Pocket Watcher. I'm gonna give him some shine today because that's my nigga, and I will be playing his video on Billy Carson because it's only 6 minutes and it's the best one on Billy online. I said it. Go sub to him.
I project my
Sub up to JT Pocket Watcher and watch all of his videos on the Black conscious community. Ain't nobody doing a service to the community like JT the Pocket Watcher. Yes. We're going to give him all of his motherfucking praise. Because that man risking his health and life. You got to think about it. The people he exposing on his channel, they gangster, man. And they got big boy connections. And he's showing his face. He's not no coward. I respect like that. Now, let me read something to you real quick. Okay, because now that we know who Billy Carson is and how he's connected with NASA, watch this, y'all. All you got to do is follow the money. All you got to do. Now, listen. How are civilian space agencies funded? Because a lot of y'all are thinking, duh, it's funded by civilians. And you're wrong. You're freaking wrong. That's a lie. Most civilian space agencies are still funded by tax dollars.
Oh my God!
Oh yeah. Watch this, y'all. Each year, federal agencies receive funding from Congress known as budgetary resources. In 2024, the NASA had $34 billion in 1 year. 1 year. $34 billion distributed among its 0 sub-components. Agencies spend available budgetary resources by making financial promises called obligations. I know you don't understand this. That's why I'm going to break it all down for you. Don't worry. Let's keep reading. NASA's budget is set by an annual process that begins with a proposal from the White House and ends with legislation passed by Congress and signed by the president. The budget specifies funding amounts for programs and projects in human spaceflight, space science, stop right there. This gonna answer a lot of questions. Why would they lie? People, I would lie like a if I can make this kind of money and space didn't exist, I would lie like it did exist, nigga. And we would do some experiments, nigga. We gonna make up some shit, and that's what they doing. Space is fake. This whole budget right here is a cash cow and a ripoff to the people. It's a scam. $34 billion a year on a scam called studying space. And how do civilian space agencies get this money? If a civilian space agency make one of these proposals in the form of some kind of technology or some kind of gadget or something that can aid in space flight, then they will get a check cut out of this budget. It's $34 billion a year. And so it's money involved for creating a space agency. And you thinking that these people using their own money, that's a lie. They're using their own money to patent their own technology. And then when they patent their technology, they propose it and present it to NASA, and they say, look, I got a device that can help us get to the moon. Now, everybody know we can't go to the moon. They know space is fake. But if you in on the lie, they'll cut you some of the money too to keep everybody shut the up and paid off. So what'll happen is a civilian space agency will invest their own money in some sort of rocket, right? And if they perfect that rocket, they'll take the patent to NASA in a form of a proposal. And they'll say, look, I made a rocket that y'all can use to help NASA do this or do that. And then NASA will cut them a big ass check and say, you know what? This rocket right here is dope as hell. And we want to buy this patent. That's civilian space agencies. That's how it works. Their own money is only going into them investing in whatever they're using to help the space program. If it's a benefit to the program, then they can get a big check cut. You see what I'm saying? But everybody in on it, and it's just free money because space don't even exist. So it's a big money laundering and a lot of money being passed around to my friends and buddies. A lot of tax money. And we talking billions of dollars each year. That's why they lying, folks. Why would they lie? $34 billion a year? Shit, I might lie for that, nigga. Like, you giving they only human, goddamn, nigga. That's a lot of money. That's a lot. That's why you don't see real scientists on the History Channel. That's why you don't see real scientists on Joe Rogan. You see Neil Tyson. These are actors. These people ain't real scientists. You see Billy Carson. He's not a real scientist, but he worked for NASA. Imagine you going to school for science and you realizing, yo, they lying to us about science. And you got a degree in the field and they shut you up and they let some named Bill Nye go teach science on TV. I would be mad if I was a scientist with a degree. I would be mad because just like during the pandemic, right? You had medical professionals that went to college and they had degrees. They were saying, don't jab up. They were saying, don't you take it. What did the government do? The government silenced them people. Even though they went to your school and got a degree. Your degree don't mean nothing. They'll tell you to shut up. We don't care if you the expert. We had people that went to school getting fired for telling us the truth about what this thing gonna do to us. Because just listen, man. It's people that's real scientists. And when you really a scientist, you can see some of the mistakes that they telling us. But them people don't get a voice. Just like the real doctors that was telling us the truth didn't get one during the pandemic. Who told us what to do? Fake ass people with no degrees and politicians. That's your Billy Carsons. That's like this. This white dude right here, he ain't no scientist. He's an actor. This dude is not a historian. He's not a scientist. So why does he get millions of views to teach us about the pyramids? Who put him there? You know what? I'm telling you right now, these people ain't looking for educated scientists and people who really question the power that be. Because they exist out here. That's what you call in the flat earth community, baby. These are people with degrees and backgrounds and credentials that's telling you they lied to us. And why wouldn't you put them on the news? I thought y'all like whistleblowers. You only like whistleblowers when you select them. Them ain't no real whistleblowers. Those are cock blowers. Those are cocksuckers. Check this out, y'all. This guy right here, he ain't no scientist or historian, but telling us everything about the pyramids. You know why? He's a good actor. He got good energy. Why? These are good salesmen. All you got to do is go on motherfucking, what's that site called where you can hire anybody? People go on it all the time to get little services and job work done real quick. I go on it all the time. What the hell do they call that joint? Popular site. Put it in the chat room. Damn. People go on there to get work done all the time. But whatever that site is called, right? If you go on there and hire a actor, you know, or just say you selling a product. You sell, yeah, Fiverr, thank you. If you selling a product and you need a salesman, you need somebody with high energy, good spirits that can really sell that product. If they're trying to sell you space and sell you a dream and sell you some bullshit, anytime you selling something, you need a salesman, someone that can pitch it good. And the best salesman ain't necessarily the best physicist or the best scientist. So that's why when you cut the Science Channel on, you see Billy Carson, Neil Tyson, Bill Nye, this white guy. Ain't none of these people scientists. Why have people go to school for science just to motherfucking have these niggas controlling the narrative of science. You know why? Because science is divided right now. You got a lot of scientists saying the earth flat right now. And a lot of see, the thing is this right here. A scientist is not a salesman. If you was giving the people a fact, you wouldn't need a salesman. You would just need a scientist. You don't have to sell a fact. You just tell a motherfucker the fact and they take it or not. The fact don't care whether you take it or not. It's still a fact. A sales pitch really cares whether you take it or not, because a sales scheme is based upon how many people I can sell it to. The truth ain't based on that. A selling scheme can only stand on its own if people buy into the sales pitch. The truth can stand on its own whether you accept it or not, nigga. The truth don't need nobody to buy into it for it to be true. But the consensus-based science does. They got the numbers, we got the truth. They don't have sciences, they have consensus. The majority agree with them, but that don't make it right. That means that the majority of the world fell for the sales pitch. They fell for this damn salesman, and they bought what he was selling, and he was a good salesman. That don't mean what he's selling is authentic. It just means you bought into it. And I'm going to tell you something right now. You don't got to sell the truth. You just tell it. See, the lie got to be sold. The truth got to be told. See how that go? You got to sell the lie, but you got to tell the truth. You sell one, you tell the other one. And when I'm doing some telling, I ain't doing no selling. Because if the game you giving, see, that's the thing, man. I'm tired of playing games. And because your game is to be sold, not told. Don't nobody tell game, they spit game, they kick game. Like someone telling a lie. You see what I'm saying? There's a mystique to it, a swag to it. And that's what this guy represent. Everybody can't be a pimp. You got to go into character. You got to sell this persona to the woman that you trying to pimp on. You got to really look like this thing. And that's what we have here on TV today. Science has become a sales pitch of you trying to sell us a program that ain't serving us. And the program we're literally paying $34 billion a year. You're selling us a program that ain't serving us. It ain't helping us at all. In fact, it's keeping us back. But we buying into it. Now, let me give y'all some knowledge about NASA, and then I'm going to play this video because I know y'all ready to see it. Shout out to Pocket Watching. But I want to show you that this is a big scam, and you got to ask yourself, why would NASA work with scammers instead of legitimate degreed up scientists? You ain't thought about that? This is a whole professional program, and they working with Billy Carson. and ain't nothing clicked in your damn head yet? Something don't seem weird to you? That a with no college education and a grifter can get on with NASA? When an average black man that went to college, they won't even let him get hired? Out of all the black people NASA can hire, they hired the alien abductee who's a grifter. All these black men with degrees, and they chose Billy. And you don't see what I'm telling you why? Because he's a good salesman. His numbers show it. I'm not even going to hate on the nigga. He's very good at packaging up the message and making it look like you should buy it. Like he's shelf friendly. the suits on, the good thumbnails, the presentations are, it's more, he can sell it to you. It's more presentable. It's packaged up bullshit. And you're buying into it because it got a pretty packaging. But when you open that shit, it's never a gift that's going to serve you. See, I'm giving you something that ain't wrapped up in the best packaging, but it will benefit you more than what they giving you. It will also help you connect with your ancestors instead of the space agencies who's trying to disconnect us from the ancient truth so that we don't activate our serpent energy. These people got the symbol of the serpent for they, listen, NASA ain't a space program. I keep telling you that. They are a propulsion company. Wrap your head around that. NASA ain't a space program. They are a propulsion company. Why you think they symbol is a serpent, dude? What the a snake tongue got to do with space? What does a snake symbol got to do with space? It ain't got nothing to do with space. Let me show you what it got something to do with. Vortex energy, like I told you earlier. It's all about propulsion and free energy. Here is the serpent symbol. This right here is the real rocket power. This is the, when we say it ain't rocket science, this is the real rocket science right here, y'all. It's talking about how our mind beams out of the body upon death and how it enters the body. Our soul entering the earth and leaving the earth is using the most advanced propulsion technology. It's using ethereal-based technology. You see what I'm saying? So they're reverse engineering our starship, our Merkaba, into Vimana technology, and it's allowing them to travel through the nethers just like us having an out-of-body experience. It's giving the enemy the power to cross over onto the astral planes, and that's something that the enemy never had. The astral planes were for the gods. But what the artificial intelligence reverse engineered the technology behind our spirits. And now they can go into these other dimensions. Now check this out, right? This serpent symbol is really what the NASA symbol is about. It's about propulsion technology. And again, the most advanced propulsion technology is based upon Kundalini energy. What we're calling Kundalini energy is really what they call in rocket science. The real rocket science is the study of ascension. Because to travel the heavens is to go out of the body. It ain't to get in no rocket. You can't leave this earth physically. You can only project your consciousness into the other parallel universes where you already are. There's another you in another world living out its life, and you ain't even over there checking it out. Why? We lost our multidimensional ability. So we only go over there when we dream. And then we don't even know we dreaming till we wake up and say, hey man, I was dreaming. But we once had the ability to control our dreams, deja vu, go into the future, all that. We lost it. Why? Because listen, when you was a baby, guess what they did to you? They put a lot of stuff in you. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say is if you was born in the Dogon tribe, you'll still have all your spiritual gifts. But since you born in the madness wasteland of America, you're a guinea pig. You're a guinea pig. See, they don't want people talking like this on TV. What if people was talking like this on the History Channel? It'll make everybody in America start questioning the government, and they don't want that. Why you think they letting the knockoff all on the History Channel? They got the little crazy hair white boy on the History Channel, like Billy Carson working with NASA. Because if you get talking like this on TV, that's really when the world gonna start really putting their attention on those in power and what they doing to us and to the world. They don't want that happening. They rather you talk about ancient aliens and abducted by spacecrafts. That's what your science has become. A bunch of storytelling and mystification. Ain't no knowledge nowhere in it. We're gonna play the video in a minute. I know y'all want to expose this nigga. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This is the best video ever exposing who Billy Carson was before he came to YouTube. It's 6 minutes and we gonna watch it, baby. But I'm saving that shit for a minute though, because I want to get this off my chest, because the point before I play the video is, how did NASA hire a scammer? Because they are scammers. Silly birds of a feather flock together. That's what you're taking from this part. That's what I want to summarize here. Don't go nowhere, because listen, I'm about to go so deep with the Vimana technology and the time traveling shit. Ooh, don't you go nowhere, nigga. But I got to finish it exposing Billy. Now look at here, y'all. Listen what I just told you now, because I'm finna share my receipts with you. I'm finna kill this nigga. Watch this, y'all. I just broke down to you that Congress cuts a $30 billion check every year. 30 billion, nigga. Every year, 30 billion. Congress cut this check. And if you got a little space agency, the only money you got to spend out of pocket is doing your own research to develop your technology. No matter what you develop, once you propose it to them, they gonna cut the check. Why? Because it's all bullshit anyway, nigga. It's the fact that you know the secret that they gonna put money in your pocket to keep you quiet. But instead of saying that, the way they lie is, if you want to get some of this money from this budget, you can create any little object and say, well, we use this to help the James Webb telescope move through space. Like, I can create the Sanchez space agency right now, and I can invent a little black box. And I can say, well, it's 500 of these inside of the James Webb telescope. My company created them, and we work in unison with NASA. I would have to spend my own money to develop this. But once NASA let me in on the scam, they'll say, yeah, man, he put that on our telescope. And now they will cut me a check out of that 30 billion too. Drop a one if y'all see what I'm saying. Because now what I'm about to show you is how Billy get paid. Now check this out, right? Look at this. This right here is on NASA website. This is my receipts. Check that out, boy. I got the story right.
Oh my God!
Check that out, nigga. You ain't never saw this shit from no other nigga. Look at what I'm showing you here today, man. When I tell you that Billy Carson getting money with NASA by scamming all of us, which is why he don't like flat earth, bro, who website am I on right now? Look at the damn web address now. I just uncropped the video. Look at the web address now. What this saying up here at the top, y'all? That say nasa.government. Let's zoom in. Can I zoom in? No, I can't. Let's go back. Look at this. What this say? What does this say? NASA, right? NASA, right? Who that say? Billy Carson, right? Billy Carson scamming with these folks, y'all. This is how, listen what I'm telling you. Billy Carson made a proposal. This is Billy Carson's proposal. I just told you Billy Carson got an independent space company. Look at here. And he's getting into that tax budget. He's taking our money, stealing from us like NASA. And all you got to do is make a CGI cartoon and they'll cut the check. Look at this. This is Billy Carson's technology. So all you got to do is get on your computer, go into Photoshop, design some weird, crazy technology that you can think people can picture flow through space, propose it to NASA, and they'll cut the check, y'all. They'll cut the check.
Oh my God.
They won't give you reparations, but they'll cut the check for this, y'all. They spend $30 billion a year on bullshit like this, but we can't get reparations, y'all. Look, y'all, Billy Carson is getting that money with NASA, and I got receipts, nigga. I got receipts that this man made a proposal, and it show you the budget for it and everything. He ain't getting no small money neither. Now, you know, and this is a big money scam and laundering system. When enough people catch on to this, the governments of the world gonna have to pay back trillions to us indigenous people. This is all tied up into your land being taken. What happened? See, you gotta realize, man, our lands was just recently taken away when the small hats came over. And the small hats are the ones that brought us into World War II and started all these agencies and shit so that they can protect their assets. They stole all these symbols and knowledge off of the lands that they stole. So think about it. I just want y'all to hear what I'm about to say so you can hear. So I'm about to go deep to show you something, why this is so deep. The people that stole our lands, they stole the knowledge and symbols and patents off of them lands. If I steal something out of your house, I wouldn't want you to see what I stole, because you will know I was in your house. If our lands is our house, and the people who stole our lands don't really want the world to know that these are stolen lands, then they would have to hide the stuff that they took off the lands when they took the land. If I break in your house and steal your jewelry, I can never let you see me with that jewelry. Because now you know that I was in your house. I broke in your house. I invaded your land. Check this out. The people that took our land, they took the symbols, the technology, the knowledge, all that with it. And that's the shit they hide from us in the occult. The symbols, the secrets of Tesla, the secrets of the technology that our ancestors had on their land. They hide that away. Because if they show you that, we're going to say, but this ain't yours. This come from our ancestors. How did you get it? Then they going to have to say, when we broke into your house, we stole it. When we invaded your land, we got it. This all tied together, y'all. Why come the pro-blacks don't work with the flat earthers? Why you think I started Flat Power? Because I thought that the pro-black movements would help me out. Because they the ones keep saying they stole our ancestors' knowledge. But then when I debate them, niggas, they help them. They defend NASA. They are on the side of the thieves. They will say they stole our ancestors' knowledge. What knowledge? The shape of the earth, the flat earth. The earth is a big Tesla coil. Black people say we was the first ones. We say black people was first. I don't believe that, but let me show you the hypocrisy. Pro-blacks say black people was first. Guess what science say? Black people was first. But guess what else science say? Science say that the first people on earth thought the earth was flat. If black people wanted to see how their ancestors saw the earth, guess what they would research? Flat earth. No matter if it's right or wrong. You know why? Because the pro-black groups, they don't care about the church or the Muslims. They friendly with them. They all hate the flat earthers, though. Everybody hates the flat earthers. And all we did was tell people Nut and Geb is a flat earth. And if you care about the Egyptians, you got an unk on, you dressed up like an Egyptian in 2024, but you got a modern space program ideology. You look like an ancient man, but you think like a European space agency. How does that make sense? You dress like the people who taught us Nud and Geb, but you think like the people that's teaching us the space program. You're a wolf in sheep clothes. That's what y'all are. All I'm doing is saying, if the Egyptians are as great and as smart as y'all say, maybe we should look into the flat earth thing and take it serious. Because y'all say you don't know how the pyramids are built. Maybe they knew something about the earth we don't know. And they did. They know that though. But I got receipts right here. They can't afford to tell the truth. Billy can't afford to tell the truth, and I mean it literally. Let me show you the kind of money that Billy Carson playing with. This is a proposal, people. This is when an independent space agency spent a few $1,000s to make some bullshit patent, and they basically sell the patent to NASA to get into that $30 billion budget that I just showed you. So when Billy makes his proposal, Billy Carson, he's basically saying, look, I know the truth. I know what y'all doing, but I won't say nothing if you let me get some money too. That's what's going on. And the people that really know what's going on, they got to come out as actors in public and act like the flat earthers are just the most dangerous group in the world. So dangerous. Even though flat earth ain't the cause of war, religion is. If you want to talk about toxic philosophies, let's start with the church and the mosque. But everybody friendly to them and everybody hate the flat earthers. When our knowledge ain't gonna do nothing but make you activate the God inside of you. They knowledge ain't gonna do nothing but turn you to a praying servant and a consumer. A sellout like Billy Carson. Look at the kind of money they playing with. 50 million, 175 million. Go look this over on your own when you get the chance, y'all. Billy Carson ain't playing with no chump change. Billy Carson ain't selling his soul for pennies. I mean, you got to give him that. If you gonna sell your soul, then we need to be talking some M's. All right? But you can tell his energy is like a little bit of Billy is convinced too. That's what the droop. Look at these eyes right here. That droopy eye is a feeling of guilt too. A nigga that know the truth, but got to wake up and tell the lie every day. Those are the eyes of a soul that is in conflict with itself. That's why they make a lot of money. If I got to wake up every day and live in conflict with my own self, you gonna have to pay me some money, bro. That takes a lot of energy out of a person. To know the truth, but lie every day about it. It's better if you don't know the truth. Then you don't exert that much energy. If you really don't know the truth. But if you know the truth, you're working harder now to tell the lie. And it will give you this draining look in your appearance and your countenance, like what Billy Carson got. This is what a person look like when they sell their soul. Their kundalini energy is being drained because they replaced it for money. And like I told you, the symbol of money is power. They taking the power right up out of this nigga. He looked dead. His eyes are almost closed. You talking to a heartless shell of a man that was motivated by money. He's only concerned with being a millionaire. He's not concerned with doing the right thing. I could have easily been a millionaire, whether I wanted to be a rapper or beat maker or agent like Billy Carson, because I'm good at all of them, nigga. I can make beats and I can rap better than Jay-Z. I killed Jigga in a rap battle. These are facts, nigga. These are facts. I would have dominated the game. Ain't too many rappers with me. King Los give me props. You got rappers in the industry that give King Los props. King Los tell me how far my flow is. What I'm telling you, like I gave up a lot of shit because I wanted to be able to live out my truth. And the truth in me know the earth is flat and that they lying to us for a lot of reasons in which I'm showing to you on this film. I can't sleep if I don't get this out of me. Ain't enough money in the world you can pay me to just let me hold all this in me. Look at all this knowledge I'm giving y'all. It's impossible for me to keep this. You can't pay me enough. Bro, don't you know if I don't get this out of me, it'll turn into cancer? This is my truth. This is my research. I got to deliver my knowledge to the world. And you can't pay me enough to not do it. Because it ain't going to do nothing but send me to the grave early. This give me purpose and a new motivation for life. Imagine me selling my soul and I can't do this every day. I look dead like Billy. Let me give you my alien story. I have an alien story telling bullshit stories with no energy, no life in me. Ain't no way I'm trading this shit. And I get to literally say my truth. I don't feel no convictions. I don't feel like I'm doing nothing wrong. I'm deceiving nobody. I feel like I'm doing people a good thing, connecting them with ancient concepts that's being hidden. I'm doing a service. And it make me feel good knowing I can serve humanity. And I don't got to be a millionaire in such a noble position. I'm rich in spirit, man. I've been called to tell the truth by my ancestors. Man, that make me feel better than working for NASA. That make me feel better, son, than being a millionaire with the European Space Agency. I'd rather be a millionaire with my DNA and my ancestors. You can be a millionaire with NASA, and I'm gonna be a millionaire with my ancestors, you damn scammer. So you keep giving them proposals. I know they gonna give you your money. All of these scammers rock together, and I'm gonna teach y'all something about time traveling today because the rabbit hole go deeper, and I'm gonna go back to Operation Paperclip in Nazi Germany and show you about this vimana technology. I'm not through with that. I got a lot of different things to get off my chest today because a lot of times I come on here and I'm mad. And then if I'm real mad, I can't give you all this information because I'm just going to be calling Billy Carson a bunch of names, doing a lot of cussing and stuff. So I did a namaste, nigga. I took a deep breath. I said, I'm going to channel all my energy to nothing but receipts and knowledge and try to lessen all the cursing and name calling. Because people think I'm hating when I'm really showing them this man is an enemy of our people, bro. Now, like I told you, scammers work together. And here go a proposal of a scammer right here. Check that out. This is a begging on his knees to the white man to let me in on it and let me help y'all deceive the people too. Let me get money with y'all devils and help sell my people out. And when you do that, you're going to end up on Joe Rogan. You're going to end up on all the big time millionaire white boy channels because they all are the same bloodline. The Schultz family, the people that control the media, these are the same paperclip Nazi bloodlines. The media industry come from Germany. The TV, the radio all this is German technology. That's what I'm telling you. So once you sell out to these royal families and to these agencies, you're gonna be paraded around all the big channels, the History Channel, Andrew Schultz, all of the Viacom networks like Star Talk. You see what I'm saying? CBS. All of this shit, bro. Now, this is what you got to realize. This is what you got to realize. Nazi UFOs is something you need to research. I'm finna go back into this with the vimana concept. But listen to me. Billy is a scammer. NASA is a scammer. It's a big money laundering cash cow. All you got to do is create proposals and you can get free M's. And we need to start doing this. I know we know the earth is flat, but we talking money. All you got to do is create a civilian space agency. You can invest 5,000 of your own money into, let's say, a screw, a piece of foil, and say, well, look, we layered the bubble in these, or we put this on one of the satellites around the earth, or we use his screw on this satellite. And now all of your cousins and them can get paid too, nigga.
Oh my God.
It's a $30 billion budget that Congress is writing out every year. And they cutting a check to anybody who making technology that can help us get to space. It's free money because space don't exist. So no matter what technology you make, how stupid it is, how against the law of physics it is, they gonna prove it because it's all a lie anyway. Look at what Billy Carson presented. This is laughable. But they're gonna cut him a check because they're doing the same thing. And if I know what you doing, you got to let me do it too, because I tell everybody if you don't let me do it with you. You see what's going on? So everybody getting paid to shut up and perpetuate the shit. It's a program, not a reality. It's a computer program that we're buying into, and it's costing our children $30 billion a year for these pretty little pictures y'all believe in. If it was a real item, why don't we have a picture of it, man? Let me show you what my nigga Schuberger got. Let's go back for a minute, because you don't understand. You don't know. This dude named Victor Schuberger. His technology ain't a cartoon. That's a real machine. It ain't no fucking cartoon. Look at what Billy Carson presented. A fucking cartoon. If you got the real thing, why don't you take a picture of it? Because it don't exist. It's free money. It's a money laundering and I know they might take this video down. Something might happen to me for showing y'all this. They trying to make it like Billy Carson getting death threats. Flat earthers are getting death threats on public TV. I was watching a show the other day, and a person was like, if there anyone that just need to fall off the face of the earth, it's those damn flat earthers. Bro, it's children that are flat earthers. It's people that saying flat earthers don't deserve to breathe air. That's a death threat. You saying these people need to die because of what the they think the shape of the earth is. And y'all started this shit. I haven't saw a flat earther yet give death threats to a globe earther, because if they did, they won't have a channel right now. That's against policy. That's how I know that Billy Carson is lying. That video will be down in a few seconds. Threat somebody's life you want to. If they flag that video, YouTube taking that down. They don't play about death threats, dog. Especially if you threaten somebody's life because of their ideology, their philosophy. Oh, yeah. If you saying a flat earther should die, people saying that online every day and the videos stand up. But if you say a police should die, that video going down. You inciting violence against the law. As if they ain't inciting violence against flat earthers. And then they would tell you flat earthers are the ones giving the death threats. It is a sad position to be a flat earther. Let me tell you something, y'all. It ain't fun being a flat earther. It ain't fun. It's very hard to do what I do. It's tedious. It's exhausting. Every day your voice hoarse. You got to keep defending yourself. You get laughed at. You know you're right, but the whole world think you're wrong. It's a lot. So one may ask, so why do you do it? Because it's honorable. Because it's honorable. It's not fun being a military soldier, but it's honorable. It ain't fun fighting a war in Iraq, but it's why do people do it? Because it's honorable. It takes an honorable person to be a soldier. A person that signs up to fight ain't a person that want to have fun. Ain't a person that want to be a millionaire. It's a person that is seeking honor. And I'm one of those people. Are you? Are you? Because people like us ain't for sale. You can't buy a person with honor and integrity. Now check this out, y'all, because I got to get into the propulsion scam. All of the technology that's funding space is based upon us developing the right technology that's going to help us propel in space. You get it? If somebody show up and say, I know the best way to propel in the universe, they going to say, you don't know what you talking about, and they going to silence you. But why they going to do that, though? Because you're going to end their whole cash cow. They don't want this figured out. The government is giving them $30 billion a year to experiment with technologies that's going to allow us to propel in a vacuum, propulsion technology. The moment somebody say, hey, I figured it out, they going to blow your damn brains out, nigga. You stupid. The moment you figured the shit out, the money going to stop. Why you think that they gonna keep making war? Why you think wars are still being fought? Because there's a budget for terrorism. And the budget for terrorism is just as much as the one for the space program. It may be like 50 billion a year for terrorism. Guess what happened if it ain't no threats and it ain't no wars? They cut the budget. We don't pay for programs we don't need. So the moment they was gonna cut the government's terrorism budget program, we had the Oklahoma City bombing.
Oh my God!
Think about that. Think about this trend, right? The moment things are getting too safe in the world, people say, why are we spending that much for terrorism when ain't shit going on? That's what voters say. So the government will have to say, you right, ain't nothing happening. Take 20 billion off of the terrorism budget and put that in the communities. But instead of the government doing that, the moment the people say, ain't nothing happening, cut that budget. Guess what? Soon as we say that, a building get bombed. If I'm the government and I'm getting billions of dollars for programs that are based on you believing something may happen, I'm going to keep you believing that shit to keep the money coming. I ain't going to never come up to you and say, hey, man, get this money back that y'all giving me because ain't shit happening. We don't need to spend y'all money right now for security because ain't no threats. You think the government going to do that?
Stupid.
You think the government gonna say, hey man, give the people them $30 billion a year back because space ain't real. The earth is flat. You think they got that much integrity? Sanchez, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Because $30 billion a year says that the space is real. Our government spends $30 billion a year to explore space. And that's a place that none of us can prove exists. What if I told you our government get $30 billion a year to explore Wonka Wonka land? You would say, you would look at the government budget and you would say, wait a minute, y'all spending 30 billion of our dollars to do research and explore Wonka Wonka land? Wonka Wonka land don't exist. So they got to give you this place that don't exist and say we're exploring it, but you can't verify that. And you spending $30 billion and they're saying we got to keep exploring it because we're trying to colonize it. We want to live up here one day. So keep giving us the money and you're going to be doing this for generations. And we never going to leave the earth. It's free money. It's a cartoon program. And everybody in on it. Billy is too. I brought my receipts today. I told y'all we gonna get him, and buddy, we getting him. We gonna show our people who this sellout is. We know sellouts exist. We just don't know how to identify them, which is why I chose to go about the video this way. Billy has been a scammer his whole life. He didn't do nothing but graduate to higher levels of scamming. And when you get on the highest level of scamming, you start working with the big boy scammers. And that's NASA. That's the European Space Agency. This is the companies that recruit your best scammers. It don't recruit your best scientists. This is a scam. They ain't recruiting black scientists. They don't care about, think about this, right? All these scientists know that we got the propulsion technology right now that is the most best way and efficient way to propel in the universe, and it will allow for space travel. The technology I'm showing you on my screen right now, this is what CERN is doing. It's basically open up a portal and allow us to travel through space or through the astral realms, through the different dimensional planes. This, what I'm showing you on the screen, this is the original rocket technology that was gonna allow us to leave the Earth. They killed this whole movement and they started the fake space programs that you got today with the fake globe. This was in the 40s. We figured out how to leave the Earth in the 40s by creating a vortex, and that was the swastika that hit at. We found out that the way that you leave the Earth and get the people to the other side was the secrets of Moses. Moses split the sea. That's what CERN is trying to do. When they say we're trying to split a sail, no, you're not. You're trying to split through the ether. And our Taurus field is a big old sail. That's the firmament dome. That's Operation Fishbowl. We said when they was trying to break through the firmament dome, they was trying to split a sail. They found out in the 40s that we were in a hologram and a simulation. They said, if you tell that to the world, people gonna go crazy.